from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh. 4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win. We wear the crown.
Hello guys. I'll try to keep the stream up, see if we can get some background music going. Still have a few meetings at work, so I'm gonna be off for a bit. But yeah, just wanted to start this to have a place where to get together, hopefully to see some really nice green candles this morning. Yeah. Nice to see you here. Thanks for joining. Need to see if I can get some music going because I'm still morning, Malier. It's weird to see that my son being 2 rooms across and with doors closed, and the microphone is still picking up everything. So it's one of the reasons why I can't really be on voice even when I'm not in meetings or anything like that, because this microphone picks up everything inside the house. And with 2 small kids, there's always noise, there's always screaming and shouting. Currently, I'm kind of away because I'm still in work time, and I'm trying to keep them away. But yeah, once I'm done with work, there's not going to be a chance to keep them away and to have some peace and quiet and just chat with you. And this is what brings me back to how much I appreciated Casey for being able to do like the stream for over 3.5 years, almost 4 years, like giving so much. And it's such an open door to your private life and to just, you know, people living around you. I know there was with Casey it was mostly adults in the house, but now with kids that are constantly screaming and dog barking, don't want to subject anyone to that. So let me know if you have any thoughts, if you expect any specific numbers today. Good morning, one timer. Yeah, actually, mentioning coffee in your post, I just made myself my second double coffee of the day, so that was a nice reminder to enjoy it while it's still hot. Just looking, I think the Webull is only showing trading day. I think I'm not seeing out of hours the trading over here, and I don't know how to set it up. If anybody has any idea, let me know. But because I'm looking on my phone and the prices are different. Currently, I see AMC at 406, so 4 cents, 4 pennies higher. GME at 31.78, so 13 cents higher. Yeah, so that's AMC and GME. AMC on the top, GME on the bottom. But I think this is where basically what the chart looked like on Friday afternoon, where we closed. For some reason, I don't know how to get it to show the pre-market. Oh, it extended out. Okay, here we go. And the pogo stick candle, so looks like close to 45,000 shares on GME, and what were close to 55,000 shares on AMC. So just as the market opens, I'll need to jump into a work meeting. Usually it doesn't take that long, but we'll see how it goes now after New Year's. So I'm hoping to be back soon with you. Yeah, would be more than happy to come back to some fireworks. Hey Pirate, I'm gonna have to jump straight into a work meeting right now, but you should be live now if you want to have a chat with the guys in chat there. They should hear you now. Okay, so well, hoping to talk to you in a few minutes, but yeah, I need to jump in a call right now. Hoping for a good market open. Hi Dorian. Happy New Year. Good, good. And you? Hello. Bom dia. So I went between 31.47 and 31.97 at open. That's 50 cents on GME. Oh, but we are going higher, so that's nice. 32.07. Let's see if that's the trend of the day. Pirate, I just saw the photos you posted. That looks like a bit of fun with the jackhammer. Oh, I can imagine. Nice. You know, the worst part is in the beginning where, you know, you have everything ahead of you, but like this, when like halfway is done, then oh yeah, oh yeah. How old is she? That's nice. Oh yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 Lift it back up. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I've only used one of those once, but I was leaning into it just to kind of help it. With me, it has to be fast, and you know already, I can't take it easy. I can't let the work tool I need to. But it also sometimes works against you, like let's say cutting metal with a circular blade, you know, whatever it's called, the thing. Yeah. Yeah. As I used to, I just force it, or even drilling holes like into rocks, or you know, because we're making a drain, and basically went down into the basement. Well, and then from the basement we wanted to take it outside, and that's like 1.5 meter wall. I don't know what's 1.5 meters in feet, but it's like a short person laying down. Basically, it's very thick. So we had to. Yeah, so we had to go with drills from both sides, and the longest drills we could find. And my God, I was forcing it too much. I was like overhitting the drill and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of times, you know, less is more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Nice. Yeah. Just in a straight line. Yeah. Yeah. Recover it later. Yeah. Mm. I would have probably taken a sledgehammer on it, or even better if I don't have a kinetic hammer, you know, one of those with the bendy handles. It gives you more kinetic energy. Yep, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I do. Yeah, that's true. I remember those days because I used to work construction sites, and at them, I would get home, I would have zero energy left for anything. I would just take a shower and crash asleep. Oh, and thing is, that type of work is hard, but mentally, it's much better. Like if you're angry, you can take it out on the work. Yeah. And you can relieve stress in a way because you do heavy lifting, or you know, whatever you do, you have a way to exercise energy and to release, you know, the whatever you need to release. And at the end of the day, the day is over. When it's over, it's over. You're home. You're going home, and that's it. You're not taking anything with you because you're not taking the construction site home. When as opposed to like an office job, that's the thing. There's pros and cons, right? It's nice, cushioned. You're sitting in a chair, blah blah blah. But the stress, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, that looks like some dense concrete or whatever it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. That's the way I was growing up. Well, everything was done by us. Come to think about it, I don't think the only time we actually brought in someone, it was when there was some electrical issue, but basically the guy had to come in and go inside the walls or whatever. Like, it couldn't be done from the outside. But yeah, that was it. Apart from that, everything else. So, Barrett, what do we think? More of the same? Some a bit slightly crazy action to get people to spend money on calls? Well, lose money, not spend money. No, that's not on purpose. Let me. I don't know, because I have Discord here. It should be working. It's not muted.
Yeah, I thought I gave a pretty good little speech there about the FOIA request, but that's all lost to the ages now. Yeah. Do I get paid twice if I give this? If I give the same commentary, do I get? Can I bill twice? Send 2 invoices?
You can even take an extra 30 minutes on your lunch.
All right. But it's amazing to me that they can send in the very name says freedom of information means by law they're obligated to give you that, and then of course they're aware of that. So the first thing they say is, well, there's an exception to that. Read 13-7B A-X13 regulation says except in cases where someone can be proprietary harm, and I'm like, who's getting harmed here? You tell people that there's millions if not billions of failure to delivers. We're entitled to know how many they are. It's bad enough they should tell you who the failure to delivers are, but they won't even do that. But now you're saying you won't even tell us how much the FTDs are, and your reason for the denial is that it could harm someone's business model? Are you fucking kidding me? I would think that a lawyer in Washington D.C. would just salivate for that. But
Nothing but lawyers in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, fuck me, man. There you go. He says, Break Nation says it's working now, preacher. So yeah, until then, I'm thinking, March, April, because it's tied to the politics with Trump's new administration. And I've talked ad nauseum why I believe it'll go that way. But I think the first thing we'll look for is, KC said that many times, it's not an original thought. Somebody got to it before I did, but I agree with him that the first thing you'll see is a failure in the banking system, and not just a crack or some news story of some little local municipal bank. One of the heavy hitters, somebody like Goldman Sachs or Citibank, somebody like that. That's going to be your first one. And what you're probably going to see, in my humble opinion, is you'll see an announcement made that they're too big to fail and they need the government to do a bailout. And they know that the people are going to hate that, so they're going to hold Trump responsible for it. And then they're going to go to Trump and say, if you don't bail Goldman Sachs out, if you don't bail Citibank, Bank of America out, the American economy is going to collapse. You got to do this to save the teachers who have their pensions there. So they're going to make him look like the bad guy because he's going to have to bail out a bank yet again who's giving their CEOs millions of dollars worth of bonuses. But that'll be the first thing that you'll see. And it'll happen, it's going to happen when the 10-year gets above 5%. Once that 10-year yield gets, it's at 4.6 right now, or a little more higher than that. But once the 10-year treasury is what loosely based is tied to your mortgages. All this stuff is interconnected like a web, like a spider's web. 30-year mortgages and the sale of houses in the United States are built around the 10-year, loosely built around the 10-year interest rates from treasury bonds. Once that treasury, we all know that all these banks got loaded up with 2.9 and 3.2 mortgages. So all these people who got lucky got 30-year, got money that they're not obligated to pay back for 30 years at incredibly low rates. Well, now all these banks are sitting on that paper. It's exactly like the movie The Big Short, exactly like that movie, or Margin Call. And these banks are sitting on all of that. So now if the 10-year keeps climbing and it goes past 5 or God forbid higher, then what happens is these banks become insolvent because they can't loan money at 3% and borrow it at 5%. See what happened when all these banks were making 30-year mortgages at 3.5%? They weren't hedging for it. They did the same thing they've done before. They didn't, and by hedging, I mean they should have secured money for 30 years, but they failed to do that. So what they thought to themselves was, well, we'll make these loans. We're going to give Preacher a 30-year loan, but we'll find new money every 5 or 10 years. Well, that's fine until they realized that they loaned Preacher money at 3% for 30 years, and now they can't find it for anywhere for less than 4 or 5%. Eventually, that doesn't work. The math doesn't work on it. So those banks will become insolvent, and they'll literally collapse. Even with fractional reserve, they can't overcome the disparity between those two rates. So what will happen is you'll see you'll have these credit default swaps will kick in again. They're going to try to bury all this trash in CDOs and or all these products to try to sell the garbage bag to somebody else. Once people refuse to buy the bags of garbage, the bag of garbage will collapse in value. And once that happens, the banks, they're just done. So then what you'll see then is they'll have to run to the government, Uncle Sam. Oh, if you don't do this, Pro Jeweler's wife, she's her 401k from the school system or the hospital, it's going to collapse. If you're going to save Joe's six-pack, you got to save this banker. And they know that the politicians get punished for it. So it's just another example. I believe they kicked the can long enough down the road so that they can hang this albatross around Trump's neck. Once the bank starts to fail and collapse, that leads to the margin calls. Because if a bank collapses, if Preacher owns a bank and I own a bank and I go tits up, the government steps in and says, well, for the good of Pro Jeweler and his wife, we're going to save Pirates Bank, but here's the way we're going to do it. He's going to sell everything to Preacher, and Preacher is going to fix all of his problems. So they shut my bank down. I become insolvent. It goes into receivership or what have you. It has a court-ordered, captain of the ship. And then Preacher goes, yeah, I'll take all this. I'll take all these good loans, but I'm not taking this garbage. This guy they did 3 million loans at 3%. I'm not taking that shit. So they give Preacher all of the good stuff and they leave the trash behind. And then once that trash collapses, then all that stuff that's being used is collateral isn't worth as much. So then the banks have to protect themselves. The banks aren't going to sit on this risk. They're going to hand the risk back to the market makers. But it has to start with something like that. Yeah, I hate to say it, but every day I wake up and there's no nice way of saying it. I'm hopeful. Today needs to be the day that I look up on CNBC News and see where Citibank is fucked. I'm like, okay, cool. And that's an awful thing to say because it means decent people are going to get hurt. Meaning, and I don't even know if that's really true because a lot of this is FDIC insured. So one could argue that really normal people probably won't get hurt. It's the high-end depositors. But here lately, they've shown a habit of bailing out. Even if the last bank that failed, they made everybody whole. That was one of the strangest things. That I can't remember the name. Might take some time and look it up, but it's not germane to the conversation. Yeah. When that bank went tits up, there were people in there that had $2, $3, $4 million in that bank. They should have only been entitled to $250,000 for FDIC insurance, and they gave them their full amount. How the fuck they got that over the fucking finish line, I'll never know. But that shows you that, everything's not what it appears.
Too many Democratic donors in that bank.
Yeah.
If you look at the people, Oprah, Silicon Valley people.
Yep. Yeah. Influential.
But people like us, if you got 250,000 in the bank, then you're okay.
I don't want to say a perfect storm. That term's been used far too many times, but it's appropriate in this scenario. Between that and then the Trump sending all new department heads into the SEC, all the high levels of government. It doesn't even have to be. See, that's a lot of people say, well, Jerome Powell isn't appointed by the president. It doesn't have to be Jerome Powell. It could be the Attorney General. If there's a crime taking place, it doesn't mean that Jerome Powell's the only guy who can take action. That's what we have an Attorney General for. In the end, the Attorney General is the biggest cop in the country. Whoever that is, they can bring charges and put anybody they want in handcuffs. He's the big swinging dick. So we're going to see. It depends on who fills all of those roles. The Attorney Generals, the Assistant Attorney Generals, all these prosecutors. Once they take their offices over and they decide who they're going to go after, then they got to get the blessings because they got to go back to Trump and say, well, if we're going to go after this banker, or if we're going to go after this market maker, we want to make sure we don't piss you off, boss. Are you cool if we go after this guy? And then Trump's got to decide whether he was somebody who supported him or didn't. I mean, that's the nature of things.
But there has already been a couple of situations where margin calls were going to happen, but they were stopped. The situation with Robinhood and there's been other reports from FINRA that have been leaked that margin calls were halted. So the condition already exists. It's just they haven't let it happen.
Preacher, I'm getting an echo for some reason when like Pro Jeweler speaks or when you're speaking. My computer is picking up its own microphone. It's like doing a loop. Yeah. It's never done that before.
I think it was last week as well. So you either need to turn down the speaker a bit or turn down the sensitivity a bit on your microphone, which you can do from the voice and audio, I think, or video and audio settings in Discord. So if you want,
I'll start. I tried to turn you guys down a little bit, but I tried that last week and it wasn't effective. It didn't make any difference, but I'll try again.
So if you want to try to change your sensitivity, but yeah, I don't hear myself now, for example, so it's already better.
Yeah, I just turned you down. I turned you down a little bit.
Okay.
We'll see if that works.
Yeah, for now, see if it works. I don't know, Pro Jeweler, can you say something? See if it picks it up.
Test 1, 2. That's much better because it's hard to talk when you hear yourself coming back.
Yeah.
That's why I'm pausing when I'm talking, because I'm like,
Yeah, I got
my
it.
brain.
I just had everybody turned up. Had everybody turned up too loud. Sorry about that, guys.
No,
That's all right.
It's all good now.
But am I wrong? I mean, it seems like there's been a couple of situations that evidence has come surface that margin calls were going to happen, but people got in the way and didn't let it happen. So we're at the doorstep. We just got to let somebody just got to allow somebody to open the door for it to happen.
Mac and B's, I wore a headset for a long time, but Mrs. Pirate likes to listen as well. If I put my headset on, she only hears half the conversation, and that would be my voice. And quite frankly, I'm the only one she doesn't want to hear from. She'd much rather listen to the Pro Jeweler or from Preacher. So I get it, dude, but just sometimes everything's not what it appears.
Everything's never what it appears to be.
You can get
Yeah, these guys are like, you need to use a headphones. I'm like, you need to mind your own fucking business. You don't know what's going on here.
Bitcoin's on a pretty hard push this morning. There's some of their collateral.
Bitcoin's again up 101. I'm gonna see it past 110, 110,000. Probably it's running. It might also be a push for some pre-money, for some collateral. At this point,
Yeah, that's what I think. Collateral.
have so much money, and I think they have so much money loaned that they can just use it to make markets and just come off the top, kick the can some more. Talking about kicking the can has came off the top. I believe they're doing the same with Nvidia. Yeah, 151 Nvidia currently. So this is their cash cow basically. So came out of the gates really hungry for some green.
Damn, that's 9.5%. They should be going bankrupt right now. Instead, they're up 9.5%. Blows my damn mind. SMCI, that super microcomputer that's linked, the Enron bullshit that they're pulling with NVIDIA. You just mentioned it.
Oh, okay.
They're the ones that had the accounting scandal. Their accountant basically said they wouldn't certify their annual returns because they were engaged in cooking their books. SMCI, Super Microcomputers, the company that was supposed to be selling all of the GPUs to NVIDIA, or buying them from NVIDIA, and it was all just an accounting fraud thing. Still ongoing.
Dog came over. That's so fun. Nibble on my fingers.
SMCI was supposed to have bought hundreds of millions of dollars of product, and you say, well, where did they get the money from? Oh, NVIDIA loaned it to them. Well, isn't that convenient? I'll loan you $100 million, and then you buy my product, and then I'm going to call that sales? How in the fuck do you get away with that kind of shit? And it's darker than that. I'm oversimplifying it. It should have been, SMCI should have collapsed under its own weight like the Hindenburg, and NVIDIA should have got punished. It would have never finished NVIDIA. They're too big for that. But they should have NVIDIA should have had their stock hammered to the downside. But they can't do that because NVIDIA probably makes up the biggest part of people's collateral for all of their shit. So here you have an example of how NVIDIA is treated like a darling because all of the big boys have such big positions in it that gives them the collateral to run amok in the rest of the sandbox. And if it turns out that what SMCI was doing was fraudulent, then by extension you have to punish. You got to go back and say, well, then everything wasn't as rosy as it appears for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is too expensive. And if that's too expensive, then that means somebody who holds some of it says, well, it's time for me to take profits here. When they start taking profits and selling NVIDIA en masse, NVIDIA's price will collapse. Once it collapses, their collateral against their margin accounts collapses. And that could literally lead to a market collapse. All this talk about the Mag 7 should terrify people. Anytime you've got 7 stocks that support the entire fucking stock market, you got a real problem. Think about, you know how many thousands of tickers, hundreds and hundreds of tickers, company stocks that are out there. And to say that without these 7 stocks, our stock market would be in the toilet, that in and of itself should make people pay attention. But, got to take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just a drunken pirate who hates the stock market.
Pushing NVIDIA so much, but it was, if I remember correctly, there was quite a they just started backing it up a lot. The Kramers, the EMSM,
Yeah. Well, he had Wang on MSNBC and Mad Money and all that. He was on there like 4 or 5 times a year. It was like a fucking infomercial. It was like a timeshare infomercial that you'd see at 3 o'clock in the morning when nothing else was on TV. You know, and they're just shoving that shit down everybody's throat.
So 2023 was $25, right? And now it started going up, but still, here it was up to $50.
Exactly.
2.5x, right, in 1 year. It's not a new company. It's not a new startup that you say they're growing fast, right? It's a company that exists for decades. Grows, 2.5x in 1 year. That's hedge funds.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like 10-15 minutes ago, we had a time when AMC was going up and GME was going down, which is quite unnatural because recently we were moving in tandem, and now Christy, sweetie, can you hear me now? Or anybody else?
Sounds like they picked up the cans, honey.
Yeah.
Yep. The garbage truck just come by and picked up those garbage cans full of concrete. That you're right, audio tits. Our garbage man's gonna hate us.
Will they pick them up?
He's like,
Or
these
they
fuckers.
wouldn't take it even?
Well, here they got the truck picks the can up, and if you keep it within limits, they normally don't raise an eyebrow,
Oh, that sounds fine.
but they know what we're doing. The trucks here have cameras in the back, so when it dumps the can, the guy in the truck can see what's being dumped.
Yeah.
So he's well aware of what's going on.
Now here they wouldn't pick up concrete, and the thing is, they like the trucks come, but they don't have the arms. There's guys that just jump out
Right.
and pick up.
Yeah, that's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Yep.
But here you have to take the
The
concrete
main
to
one.
its own place and take it over and stuff like that. I was, my wife was asking, I'm I'm hearing myself again from your side. Hard to, hard to think again.
I don't know what I'm gonna be able to do. I'll just start muting myself.
Let me. Okay, Bart. Let's try something. Because you're on a PC, I'm assuming. So on the bottom left, next to your name, you have the, well, you know, the settings button. You have the microphone, headset, and user settings. So click on user settings. Then you have voice and video on the left, about halfway down. And you should have, well, like middle of the page, you should have input sensitivity. And you can just pull that slider a bit to the right. It basically kind of, you can select at what volume of level to pick up your voice. So if
What does it say on voice and video?
Yeah, under voice and video, yes.
It takes my ancient computer a little while to pull up each one of those little tabs, but
hopefully we're gonna squeeze.
yeah, I did the gear, and now I'm doing the voice and video. Okay, yeah, voice settings, input volume and output volume.
No, lower down you have input sensitivity. It's like a slider.
Oh, yep. I see that.
So move that slider slightly to the right, not fully to the end, because then we won't hear you at all, but just a bit more. Then we'll see how it goes, and then
It says automatically determines input sensitivity, and when I talk, the whole line turns green.
Yeah, but you wanna, well, because automatically it's currently selected right on automatically.
Yeah, you want me to turn that off?
Yeah, because with it automatically, it picks up your speakers still. So you want to turn it off.
Okay.
You should have a slider.
I turned that off. Yep.
And well, let's see. When you see me speaking, you should see how far that bar fills. So you want to have the one slider just on to the right of where I'm speaking right now, so that it doesn't pick me up, but it will pick you up.
Oh, okay. How about that?
Let's see. Let's test it out. I don't know. I keep hearing to push myself up, but
How about that?
okay. So talking. I don't.
Yeah, that'll work there.
Okay.
I put it almost in the middle.
Yeah. I even have mine.
Yeah, I think that fixed it.
I have mine to the right, even like 2/3 to the 2/3 down the bar, let's say, even higher. But it still picks up everything in the house.
Yeah, I put it
It works.
almost in the.
Oh,
All right, we'll try that and see how that works.
yeah. Yeah, I was saying is
Yeah.
we have this old house that probably we're gonna have to tear down because of the mining that's going on in the area. And my wife was
It's
up.
still picking you up. I'm gonna go back and do it again.
Yeah, you can move a bit more to the right. It's I need to find the sweet spot. Yeah, basically, if we want to tear down a house and just tear it down and get rid of the rubble, it's gonna be like $50,000, which in Poland is a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah, so now I might be. The thing is, now I turned myself higher for the stream, but I think I might be a bit too loud for Discord. So
No, you sound good in Discord. In fact, you're kind of soft.
okay.
Yeah, demolition is very expensive. For one, it's labor intensive. Requires machinery, but one of the biggest portions of it are the trucking. It's like cutting a tree down. Gravity works. You stick a saw in a tree, the tree will fall down. That's just where the work begins. You got to cut that shit up and make it go somewhere.
Oh.
So it's always about material handling. Demolition's the same way. You can go to a tool rental place and rent just a regular old rubber tired backhoe with a front loader bucket and a backhoe on the back of it. and you can just back up to it and use the backhoe attachment to smash the shit out of stuff and end up with a big pile of rubble, spin around with the front end and scoop it up. But then what are you going to do with it? I mean, unless you can dig a big hole in your property and bury it, or if you live out in the country where you can have a big fire. But other than that, now it's got to go on a truck. And if it goes on a truck, now you got a truck and a driver. It's got to go to a landfill. All that shit just adds to the price.
Yeah, it does.
What you got to do, if it's not close to any other structures, you got to go in there about 2 o'clock in the morning and pour 5 gallons of diesel fuel on the ground and light it and walk out.
It's surrounded by their houses and stuff.
Can't do that. You used to be able, you could call the fire department up and they would do a practice. They want to practice playing with their fire hoses and all their toys. You can get them to come out and they would burn a house down for you and then they'd put it out.
Maybe I should try that.
I got a buddy I grew up with. He had a lawn cutting, grass cutting business when we were kids. He's a self-made multimillionaire, and all he does is demolition. He doesn't build anything. He doesn't make anything. All he does is tear shit down and haul it away. He's got a fleet of trucks and 20 employees.
I'm sure there's a lot less complaints with that because, you know, with building stuff, you're always going to get something wrong. Someone's going to complain about something, but with demolition, it's there, then it's not there. That's it.
He's like, is it gone? If it's gone, pay me my money.
Yeah.
That house you're talking about tearing down, preacher, it's beyond recovery. No amount of effort could make it serviceable again for like entry level rental.
Probably not. I don't know. It's really, well, also it was kind of made by this one guy. My wife's uncle was an architect, but he was, well, I don't know on what scale of autism he was, but yeah, he knew better than everybody else basically, and it doesn't look like anything. I was always laughing with my wife that there's no 2 windows that, you know, are at the same level in the whole house. So
I get it.
And yeah, at the same time we need to tear out all the floors in the whole place because the aunt of my wife's, she wanted a dog and she had a dog, but she was too old to move around, so she would never walk the dog, so that dog always peed in the house. That floor needs to be taken out as soon as, you know, she is no more. But now, because of the mining that's going on in the area, everything's shifted, you know, like the floors are at an angle, the doors don't close, or, you know, you can't open them. The gate at the entrance, you know, basically the gate from the street is at such an angle that you just can't close it properly. It's, yeah, the mining that's going on in the area messed up everything basically. We might be getting some money back for repairs, but I doubt it's going to be for a full rebuild. So. What happened with Casey? Casey is currently working. He had to go back to looking after his peeps. So yeah, we're all been near and dear to our hearts, and we're waiting to hear back from him from time to time. I think he was posting something on X earlier today. If I remember correctly, it was basically Demi Moore accepting an award, talking about basically self-worth and how we look at ourselves. But yeah, he's still around. He's just working 2 jobs to be able to buy more shares and support his family. Which, yeah, as I said on multiple occasions, I'm surprised he could go on so far. Like he's given so much to this bunch of misfits. I don't know. Like I turned up the microphone from the software and from the hardware from the microphone as well, so I don't know what's happening. Might be a bit of noise suppression.
I think I was fucking you on accident, Preacher. I forgot we're on my Discord right now. And I was getting that feedback loop, so I kept turning you down, making your voice softer so my microphone wouldn't pick you up. And I think because you're picking up Discord and piping it through to the stream, I was turning your mic down from here. So I'm just gonna mute myself unless I have something to say and leave your mic turned up.
I don't know if that was the thing or not, but yeah, because I'm using this old like Streamlabs and I'm still playing and experimenting with it.
Yeah. That's why I don't have it. Somebody said maybe turn the music down a little bit.
Yeah, I can do that as well.
No, Sam, he took a job at a hospital. It was a 40-hour week job, full benefits, everything, a really good job. It was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. But while he was going about that, an opportunity popped up for him to work at GameStop. And he said, his words, not mine, was for the cool factor. He thought it'd be cool to work there a couple of days a week just to be on the inside of what's going on with the store. I talked to him over the weekend. We talked for a better part of an hour. He said that all this horse shit about all those stores being closed down is just that. It's bullshit. He said he's not saying that it's not happening. He's just saying he works there, and he asked the people where he works, and they said that there's nothing that's come down the pipe. There was all sorts of talk about how they had a all hands on deck, phone call, and it was going to be a big announcement that they're closing down all these stores. And he said, and then, he's not exactly the CEO of the company. He's just saying, but as far as he knows, as an employee, they weren't told anything like that. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not continuing with closing down stores that are not profitable. So that was what little bit he shared on those thoughts on that. His son finally got transferred to Alaska. Air Force adventure. He's going to enjoy that. He said the rest of the family's doing well. Well, those folks in New York City are losing their mind over them instituting this congestion pricing. I don't know how they're doing it. I guess they've got cameras or something that are reading license plates. But if you drive in like downtown Manhattan or any of those areas that are known for having heavy traffic, I guess there's like a surcharge, like $9 every day. Some of these people are like losing their minds. And one guy was on there, said he just has to drive a few streets over to see his kids. They're divorced. He's divorced, I guess, but he's like, it's an extra $9 every day he drives across town to see his kids. And it's like, it is some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard, because you already pay taxes. When you buy a gallon of fuel in the United States, there's a heavy tax on every gallon right at the pump. And it's specifically for roads and bridges. That was the whole idea. We'll pay for the roads by taxing the fuck out of everybody on their gasoline and their diesel fuel. So New York is already getting money from the taxes off of the fuel. Now they're telling people, and we're going to tax you again if you drive through the busy part of town. I can't believe people are holding still for it. What's next? You know, is it going to start taxing people by the mile? Fucking crazy. Buy the car, they charge you taxes, sales tax. You put license plates on the car, they charge you for the license plates. Now you have a license to drive it. Well, that money's supposed to go, you know, into the transportation system, I would assume. So now they tax you when you buy the car, they tax you, and that's what it is. They call it a licensing fee, but you have to renew it every year. So it's still just another tax. When, you know, rose by any other color, it's still a rose. So now that's two taxes. You pull up to the gas pump, you put $80 worth of gas in your car. They tax you on that. You pay, I don't know, 25 cents, 30 cents a gallon. That goes to the state. So that's the third time you're taxed. And now they want to say, oh, and if you drive in a part of the country where it's crowded, we're going to charge you extra for that. I'm like, goddamn, they're charging you 4 separate times to travel on that same piece of road. The most insidious part is it really only affects the middle class and the lower class, because rich folks, they don't give a shit. $9, whatever, you know, they don't get $9 a day to drive through Manhattan. I don't give a shit, you know. So it's they think that somehow or another it's going to limit traffic. I think that's what they think, is that it'll help traffic because people will refuse to park there. Well, it's going to get down now where if you're not rich, you can't drive in New York. Think about that shit. Middle class and poor people won't be able to drive. It'll only be the elite.
Or even better, I think the rich are gonna find a way to not pay even that tax. They'll get some
Even the
permit,
nine.
you know,
Oh, sure. Work around. Yeah.
yeah, some permit or whatever, and they're gonna just not have to worry about it.
Well, what you have, see, when you have the mayor of New York and all that, those guys all have chauffeured limousines. Well, they're not. We don't have limousines anymore. We have what they call a car. It's a Lincoln Town car or nice sedan. It's got a driver. They don't have to worry about parking places, any of that shit. They're exempt from all of that shit. So once again, these motherfuckers create all kinds of rules that they don't have to play by.
Now it's
all the dumbasses don't understand why people won't use public transportation, the subway. I guess the fact is lost on them that the subway is basically a zoo. People shoving people in front of moving trains. Can't even stand out on the edge of the the loading ramp without risking being shoved in front of a train, being murdered by some lunatic. People living on the trains, running around the whole, threatening people, and the violence, and videos of people taking a shit right on the middle of the subway, all that stuff. And then they scratch their head and go, why won't more people use the subway? Well, I don't know. You're the genius. You figure it out.
You forgot about the part where they set people on fire on the subway.
Oh, yeah. How could I miss that one? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for helping me out. Yeah. That a New York, I think it was New York City bus driver got shot and killed by some piece of human garbage over a $2.50 bus fare. Guy tried to get on the bus driver told him, no pay, you can't ride. Instead of just saying, okay, the guy, one thing leads to another, and the fucking scumbag shoots a fucking poor just a bus driver, man. The guy just over $2.50. Just fucking kills him. Yeah, I don't know. I can't understand why people won't use the bus or the subway. You don't see any of that shit in Japan. My son went to Japan. He said it was a thing of beauty. The public transportation system was amazing. He said you could go anywhere around the city, across the city, go from one city to the next. The trains were so clean you could eat off of them. People were kind and polite. Cheap. It's not like examples don't exist of how to do it the right way. You just need people who have the ability to understand the shortcomings of what's going on, but more importantly, that have the will to address it. I think everybody knows what the problem is, just nobody wants to step up to the plate and fix it. So you end up with what we got. He's late, Sandy. For those of you who can't see the charts, AMC is at $4.01. GameStop is $31.13.
My son just woke up, so I'm probably gonna stay muted most of the time for obvious reasons.
Sure, man. Priorities, man.
He's also just loud. He came over to hug the dog that was sleeping, next to my seat, just making all kind of sounds.
Sure. Spread the love. Yes. Stay for flying. It looks pretty out there and it's cold. CNBC has breaking news. It says board will not conduct any major rulemaking until a new vice chair is confirmed. But I'm embarrassed to tell you that I don't know what vice chair they're talking about. I missed the beginning of the news break. But as soon as I figure that out, I'll share it with you. Maybe the Federal Reserve with further interest rate changes. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Barr is stepping down as the vice chair for supervisor February 28th, but will stay on as a board governor. Oh, okay. I guess it's the SEC. I guess he's the vice chair for supervision for the SEC. Well, that's good. Okay. Yep, got Trudeau. Took him long enough. Show has asked the door. He was a fucking disaster for Canada. All the rats are jumping from the sinking ship. That'll make censor content happy. He hates that son of a bitch. His ass should have went to fucking prison for some of the shit that he did to Canadians. That shit they pulled with those truckers seizing their bank accounts and shit. I mean, it's like, I thought that kind of stuff only happened in communist countries or banana republics, but they did it. All these people talking about digital banking, how they want to have everything digital currencies. Never thinking for a moment that that could happen to them. But one day that the government could just step in and flick a switch and turn off your access to your own money. It's terrifying to me. I just don't think it dawns on people that I think what they tell themselves is, oh, it'll never happen to me. Now, ask those truckers how they feel about it. Really not too familiar with how Canada runs their government. I don't think they elect a prime minister. I think I think I might be wrong on this, but I believe they're nominated by like other people, kind of like our Speaker of the House, where I guess other members of Parliament nominate somebody and then they vote on them. I saw something on Twitter where they're like famous hockey player. I forget his name. Pretty famous there for a while, but they said that they wanted him to be the prime minister, and somebody was laughing and said, well, it doesn't work that way. You don't just get to nominate somebody and vote on them. It's another convoluted political system that denies people their choice, I guess. Wayne Gretzky. And I said, yeah, they want Wayne Gretzky to run for prime minister. I'm like, well, fuck, he can't be any worse than this mook. GameStop just fell below 31. It's at $30.91. AMC's pinned at 403. GameStop's trending down at the moment.
So AMC currently at 401. GME going down 30.87. Bitcoin just over 102,000. Yep. Nothing specific.
Enough dry powder to get 6 AMC shares at $30.48. Didn't work out for Thursday or Friday. Let's see if it works out for today. In a limit order, that'll leave me with 1 penny left in Mrs. Pirate's GameStop account. There it is. We'll see. The fall of 30 cents. That'll give me something to stay excited about today. don't have anything particularly exciting to say about the number of $30.48, other than it just so happened mathematically after laddering in these last 20 or 30 shares that's all the money, the capital that remained. And simple math says that I can get 6 shares instead of 5 on the modest amount of money that's left. If it goes to 30.48, I'd rather get that than get 5 right now and have $29 left in the account. But we'll see. Yeah, Kaka, if you go to YouTube and do a search for AMC GME live stream, it'll, I'm sure there's a lot of AMC offerings there, but you'll see one that's being provided by Preacher. It says backup for KC Shaw, Papa Mac, and Pirate. If you'll click on that one, that's where we're streaming live today. Should be pretty easy for you to find. But welcome. Glad to have you with us. Very well. See, gold is in the red. $2,674 an ounce. Spot price. Oh, you're welcome, Vin. I don't know if any of you missed it this morning, but I posted some pictures and Pirates Discord General, the jackhammer project. It went, it exceeded my expectations. We passed our goal, the 50% completion. If you find that sort of thing interesting, put a few pictures in there. I apologize. I lack the ability to copy those and paste them onto the stream here. You need to have Streamlabs and all that to do that, and I'm ill-equipped to use that sort of stuff. Inching ever closer to Mrs. Pirate's new swimming pool. Hopefully, our goal is for this spring. So, one step at a time. Then says, didn't know how much I needed the stream until I missed for the last several days. Well, that's cool, man. Yeah, it's like I'd be lying if I told you that I didn't look forward to it. It gives you a sense of comfort, you know. Like I said, it's like being in a coffee shop or a bar or any other place, a pool hall place where friends meet, spend time together. Comforting. While we wait to see how this 4-year battle plays out. D says 100,000 borrowed against Amy at 0.9%. Yeah, Van, I probably learned more about the stock market in the past 4 years by hanging out with this crew than the 20 years of books that I have bought and read. I have a pretty well stocked library, and I've read many books that were at the time supposed to be, you know, full of cutting edge information and if nothing else, taught all the basics and all the fundamentals that are supposed to be tried and true, you know, as it comes to investing in the stock market particularly. And the first thing I learned was I could throw all that shit in the garbage, because most of those books, they might have been accurate when they were printed, but I don't think the stock market as we know it today exists, plays by the same rules. That was one of the first things that I realized. But that's okay. That's why I don't swim in this pond very often. It's like Mrs. Pirate and I had about 10K in Prague Frog or Bior, and it evaporated. If you put $10,000 in a little piece of land out on the edge of the county, it never goes to zero. It may fall from $10,000 value to 5 for a few years or something, but eventually it'll come back to 10 or go higher. But it never goes to fucking zero. That's why I've, in my heart of hearts, I'm a real estate guy. Good for you, Ben. That means your time is well spent then. Anytime you can leave with more knowledge than you came with, and you can take comfort that you didn't waste your time. And in the end, that's our most precious commodity, because I promise you, you're going to blink your eyes one day and say, where did all the years go? So you got to spend each hour must be treated like the precious resource that it is. Nation Sports said he's a Bitcoin guy. There you go. Each captain sails his ship in the manner he sees fit. I don't judge others. Break Nation Sports, let me ask you, are you at all concerned about what happens to Bitcoin if Michael Saylor isn't able to continue to sell stock in his company and then buy more Bitcoin? I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what's driving the price up, at least partially. Does it give you any concern that eventually he'll lack the ability to do that? Yucca Frida. Look at that, Sandy. They sold one tuna for $1.3 million. How'd you like to catch that fish? You don't think there's money in sushi? Oh, I can't wait to share that to Jesse. I'm like, Jesse, how'd you like to catch a fish that was worth $1 million?
Hey, good morning. Nice to see everybody. Found the channel. I just typed in Preacher AMC and then it came up.
Yeah, that's not too hard, man.
Yeah. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy Festivus.
Yeah, Break Nation, I think there was a lot of generational wealth that was made if people were smart. I think a lot of folks got very, very rich off of Bitcoin. I'm afraid that it scares me because it's just never been my luck. It's no different than seeing a stock that runs up the same way. I've I've had my ass handed to me too many times, top ticking or buying when stuff is at the top, only to watch the money evaporate later. So for that and some other reasons, I guess I'm just too big a pussy to fool around with the Bitcoin. But I wish you guys well. I hope every one of you see your dreams come true, and I hope you get paid many, many times over. I'm not willing to take that risk. He says, but does Bitcoin have a better chance of getting $1 million a coin or to zero? He says he thinks it's $1 million and it's not even close. Yeah, for me, it's not that simple. I don't know that it'll ever fall to zero because it's gotten so big that I think there'll always be people who are willing to speculate on it. My question isn't whether it's going to go to $1 million or zero. My question is, if I jump into this shit at 100 grand a coin, and it falls by half to 50 grand and stays there for 10 years, well, then that goes straight up my ass balls deep. That's the kind of thing I don't worry about it going to zero, although I think it is completely possible it can go to zero. The bigger fear is, you're buying something that's evaluated at $100,000 per coin right now. And it don't have to go to zero for a guy to get slaughtered. You buy it for $100,000 and it drops to 35 grand a coin, and you watch, 65% of your money evaporate. I don't have the tolerance for that kind of risk. Excuse me. If you don't mind me asking, Break Nation, you don't have to. Excuse me. Standard rules apply. Do you own your home? And if you do, is it paid off? Or you still have a mortgage? I guess the reason I was asking is if I was 37 years old and I had $10,000 to spend, and I still had a mortgage on my house, I could make some real good arguments how putting that $10,000 towards my house ultimately would be the best thing to do. But I guess it starts out with A, do you own your home? And B, if so, now if you've got a 30-year mortgage at 3%, then that's a whole different conversation. Yeah, there you go. He said his home is paid off and cars are paid off. Well, that's really good, man. If you're 37 years old and your house is paid for and your cars are, then you're on a path to wealth. I would say that makes you you're an exception to the rule. You're by far not an example of what I would consider the average bear. So yeah, the rules are going to be different for you. Appreciate you sharing that, though. Not under any obligation. I didn't want to seem like I was prying it. But it makes a difference, each person's different. Like you said, your age, how much runway you have, where you're at right now in terms of the rest of your financial house. If the rest of your financial house is in order, where basic needs are met, or at least being met in the most efficient manner. It doesn't look like I'm going to get my fill at 30.48. It came close, 30.78? Came within 30 pennies, but Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. We still got plenty of day left in front of us, but it's back up to 31.21 now, so we'll see how that works. Break Nation, were you one of the fortunate ones who were buying Bitcoin when it was $1 and $2 a coin, or if you don't mind me asking, or did you get into it at the $20,000 or $30,000 mark, or you just recently started playing with it? How he said he owns a small medical courier business too. Man, if you're carrying organ transplants, I hope you don't keep them in the same bucket with the ice cream in your ice cream truck. I ain't trying to eat no chocolate ice cream that's been next to somebody's liver.
I don't know.
Break Nation says,
That
absolutely not. He was a doubter for years. He didn't start buying until 40K. I appreciate you sharing that. What's that, preacher?
That sounds like some life-saving ice cream there. So you never know.
He said no. He keeps the organs with his lunch and his beer. There you go. All right. Well, that's good. At least put a block of ice between them or something so they don't rub up against each other. I don't mind if they're in the same freezer. I don't want somebody's kidneys touching my butter pecan ice cream. Yeah, I can understand your excitement, man. If I had gotten, Mrs. Pirate and I talked about it, it was about $35,000 a share, or not a share, a coin. And we'd opened up a Voyager account and a Coinbase account. We were like within hours, literally hours of funding the account and going ahead and buying at that point. I was going to buy an entire coin start out with one at like 35 grand. But Voyager took a gigantic shit that week. And I just felt like I dodged a bullet. I mean, the sense of relief that washed over me that I could have got fucked on all that money, just it terrified me. And that went a long ways for me. When you're like, and then I get it. They're not all like Voyager, but the concept of that and it not being FDIC insured it just scared me. Yeah, I can tell you, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for the fact that Voyager imploded, we would have probably pulled the trigger. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just shedding a little light with you on how I went about my deciding. When it got down to squeezing the trigger and sending that bullet, I just had too many second thoughts, and I try to respect my gut. It's treated me very well throughout my life. But what works for one man and what's a hazard for one man might be another man's opportunity. That's the truth of the matter. Yeah, I hate the guy, but I think Jim Cramer played the Bitcoin right. I don't know what his entry point was or what his exit point was, but he got in it early, rode it up. I mean, he rode it, and then he got out. He made enough money to buy a nice farm I forget what state he bought in, but bought himself a real nice country estate, paid for it in full. I don't know if he set up a trust with enough money to keep the taxes covered too, but the moral of the story is I think he saw the opportunity and got, whether he believed in the coin or not, was immaterial. He saw the opportunity, and on that particular call, that asshole was right. But that's how I would have played it. If I had gotten into that shit at, you know, $10 or $15,000 a coin, and it got up to $100, at that point in time, you go, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take this while, you know, a bird in the hand's worth two in the bush. Yeah, that's what I say. Break Nation says 100%. I root for everybody in here to strike it rich. I couldn't care less if they believe the same things or investments as me. Yeah, me too, BNS. That was one of the things I never understood about the internet. This whole, like with the GameStop purist and Bitcoin maximalists and all that, there tended to be this like us against them mentality. And I thought to myself, you know, we're not fighting against each other. Even if we embrace different investments, it's really not us. It's not like us against each other. You know, it's really us against the big machine. You really want to get down to it. And we are at the disadvantage. We're the underdogs. I couldn't agree more, BNS. For me, the only thing that's, one of the things that's benefited me was my work ethic from a very young age. I started working when I was about 13 years old, and I learned real quick, the harder I worked, the more I got. It was just that simple. And if I wanted something, I had to work for it. And if I worked long enough, I usually got what I wanted. So in some sense, I was like a Pavlovian dog. I was just trained to, you know, to work when they rang the bell, and it worked out for me. But because of that lifestyle, I root for, I don't want to say the underdog. I love to see hard work pay off. I think that's the natural order of things. I think it's it's like gravity for me. It should be automatic. If you put enough effort into something, there should be some sort of payoff. Doesn't necessarily mean the type of payoff you initially wanted, but there should be something in it for you. And I believe in perseverance, you know, grinding it out, if you will. So anytime somebody takes the time to study investments and then take money that they have gathered through some manner in their life, however they went about doing it, they went somewhere and they got themselves a handful of coins, whether they broke their back or if they just robbed somebody in the dark of night, whatever they did, they got their money and now they want to put it to work. I like to see that rewarded. I don't like to see people like that cheated or mistreated in any way. It seems criminal to me.
And now too.
Twisty said, I couldn't wrap my head around how a random computer code was worth $1, let alone where it's at. I understood that concept, Twisty. For me, it was no different than a baseball card. What makes a Lou Gehrig or Babe Ruth baseball card worth $1 million? And the answer is very simple: demand. There are enough people who collect baseball cards for whatever reason, whether it's nostalgia or for their youth. Why does anyone collect anything? So, but once people start collecting the baseball cards, then it just becomes a function of rarity. You have something that's rare. Everyone wants bragging rights. Everyone wants to say, well, I have something just a little bit nicer than what you have. Check this out. So because of the rarity, that one particular baseball card becomes worth more and more. So it's simply demand. It's really not about utility. You say, what utility does, what good is a baseball card for? I'm like, well, nothing. It's just a little piece of cardboard with a picture printed on one side and some statistics on the other. But if you can get enough people of the general population to participate in buying them, and you know, I think at one time we could buy a package of baseball cards for $0.25. You got like, I think 5 baseball cards and a stick of shitty gum. You know, you do that for 20 or 30 years. You know, next thing you know, you got grown men who say, yeah, I remember, you know, it helps me remember what it was like to be young and to be a child. And I like them, you know, they collect them. Then the next thing you know, it's like, well, I never got a Babe Ruth card when I was younger. So now you're off to the races. And I see it in a similar way. I'm well aware that everything has value. My friend told me that when I was very young. You can sell somebody a pile of dirt. It's just a matter of the price. For me, it comes down to valuations, and I work with probabilities, the likelihood of events happening. You know, nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody can look and see what the future holds. But if you've got any kind of intellectual horsepower, you can survey all the information that's available to you, and then you can try to make a educated guess, if you will, on what's going to happen going down the road. And that you can apply that same thinking to, you know, buying real estate or baseball cards or a rare antique motorcycle. It doesn't matter really what the item is. It's about knowing the marketplace. And if you have an intimate knowledge of a product, then you're going to be well positioned to capitalize. You know, that's why they tell people to invest in products that you use or invest in companies that you know about, because you have more information available to you than the average investor, and sometimes it can give you just that edge. Twisty says the difference is if there's a computer crash, the baseball cards still exist. Yeah, but Twisty, the way I understand it is if the computer crashes, the Bitcoin still exists. I'll take the other side of that argument, and I'm not a Bitcoin guy, but I do know that, at least from what I understand, that it's a false argument to say, well, if the computer crashes, the Bitcoins aren't worth anything. Because unless I'm missing something, that's not true. The Bitcoin still exists. The very moment the computers come back online, the money will be available again. So the only way that would work, Twisty, is if all the computers disappear forever. And I don't know how anybody can think that that's a logical, even a possibility. Can you have service interruptions? Can you have a denial of service? Yeah. But that's no different than maybe my bank is shut down for whatever reason. Just because I can't access my money on a particular day doesn't mean my money's gone. Greg Nation said his Joe Burrow collection is doing pretty well. Football cards, I'll sell those at some point. That's a touchy subject around here. And Mrs. Pirate was, she saw her chances of getting her beloved Bengals into the playoffs. They evaporated yesterday when Kansas City pulled their shit. She needed Kansas City to win over Denver, and they didn't even put their second string people in. They put their third string people in. So it was a seal clubbing. She also needed Miami, the Dolphins, to lose, and they did. So she needed two things to happen for the Bengals to still have a dog in the hunt. Well, she needed a total of four things, but all three came true, and then so she's got a little bit of bitterness right now because she feels like that it wasn't in spirit with the whole sportsmanship. She thought that all things being equal, you play every game to win. If Kansas City would have played their first string people against Denver, they would have beaten Denver, and then Bengals would be in the playoffs. But look, I get it. The Bengals lost the first, 10 games of the year, and they got to take ownership for that. But there's still I kind of understand her point a little bit. Yeah. Rick Nation said Kansas City threw that game. Nobody wants to see the Bengals in the playoffs. Yep. That was what it come down to, BNS. I saw it as cowardly. I thought to myself, they don't want to play the Bengals. I'm like, how does the sports fan benefit from that? When the Kansas City says, we're scared to play the Bengals, so they're one of the teams we want to make sure we don't want them in the playoffs. So if we got to throw a game, and that's what they did. They fucking, it's like a boxer taking a dive, putting your third string, and they did. So they took the dive, and the Bengals are out. Now, I told Mrs. Pirate last night, I said, look, it's a business. This thing's a business. Getting sportsmanship is secondary. This is gigantic, big dollar business. They don't want to, they pay these quarterbacks millions and millions of dollars per year. They don't want a guy to get his leg, ACL blown out or tear even something as minor as a torn ligament or something, much less a career-ending injury to a knee or something. So they let guys like Joe Burrow sit on the sidelines and let their second or third string quarterbacks play, and then what you end up with is a game that's really not competitive. It's like like watching high schoolers play a professional football team. So I'm like, okay. I guess in the end, it's about winning the Super Bowl, and if you can eliminate one of your real threats, one of your real competitors, by taking a dive on a game, maybe that's smart coaching. Yeah, BNS says nobody in the AFC wanted to see Joey in the playoffs. That dude is a cold as ice, best quarterback in football. Yeah. You notice he made the All-Star team or whatever the Pro Bowl. He made the Pro Bowl, and Mahomes didn't. I don't know. It's just, I don't like it when they stray so far from the game. It's supposed to be the love of the game. It's supposed to be a competition, and it's about the game, and the trophy is supposed to represent whoever is best at executing the plays, both offensively and defensively. And when they go about all the little trickery and all the foolishness, it just seems to me like it takes some of the honor away from the game. Yeah, he's got frosted tips, tendies. I think he's rocking the little bleach blonde hair tips or whatever. us, attendees, it was a sun in. If you were poor, man, you could use lemon juice. We used to squeeze lemons and smear the lemon juice in our hair, and then it'd help bring out the blonde highlights in our hair. And then they made some shit called sun in. I worked outdoors all summer long, so my hair, and I'm blonde to begin with, but if you wanted to speed the process up a little bit, you could spritz a little bit of that. They called it sun in. I don't know if it wasn't anything other than just water and some diluted bleach. But everybody trying to look their best when they're at that age, trying to catch the attention of some female, just like preachers' peacocks walking around. Young men are no different. Says he does look like Macaulay Culkin for real. Yeah, I told Mrs. Pirate that yesterday. I said, it's sad because Macaulay Culkin wasn't exactly known for being, like a ladies' man or a cool dude or nothing. But we talked about that yesterday. How I guess Macaulay Culkin actually dressed up as Joe Burrows for Halloween or something. She thought that was kind of funny. Attendee says, but adults with frosted tips usually needs a warning label. But is that any different than, well, what about the guys that go get like the plugs, the hair implants? See, I would never do that shit. I mean, I wear my baldness as a badge of honor. I had a full head of hair for most of my life. Damn fine looking hair. But that day is over with and I'm practically fucking bald now, and that's just the way it goes. That's life. But I know there's people out there who spend thousands of dollars having fucking hair transplants put in and plugs, and I guess it's all vanity to some extent. Everyone just wants to look good and based on what they think looks good, but I lump it all into the same category. Break Nation said he pulls tons of women from what I've heard. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, he's not lacking for opportunities, as they say. But he said, I'm not shocked. He also has the look of a ski resort villain. The closest I had to a vanity hair episode was recently. I wanted to get my beard long enough so that Mrs. Pirate could braid beads in it. I wanted to have beads in it like a Viking or some sort of a psychopathic pirate. And it was long enough, but my Christmas present to her was cutting my beard off. So I didn't get a chance to see the beads. So I might have to, hopefully I'll revisit that next time around. What are you making, honey? Zuppa Toscana or something? Are you? She's frying bacon out there, man. I tell you, it smells quite nice. Yeah, do your thing, preacher. We'll be here when you get back. KC took a full-time job at a hospital. Works, I think, 4 10-hour-a-day shifts. He took a part-time job at GameStop for what he called the cool factor. So he went from having all the time in the world to barely having enough time to shit, shower, shine, and shave. So he's still with us. He still steps in from time to time, says hi. And there's your update. He said to make sure that anybody asked, it made it abundantly clear that the biggest thing it's done is provide him with what he called found money. You know, Melissa has worked full time all these years while he was kind of a stay-at-home dad. So he implied that a vast majority of the money that's available to him now on a regular basis is being poured into GameStop and AMC. Yep, Tendies did get him the job. I remember that. We talk about that all the time. Tendies, that you're the one that found that GameStop was hiring. He followed up on that. Yep, that was quite cool. I watched that whole thing play out. It was very cool. Jay, if you want to try to keep up with KC, the closest thing he does now, because of his time constraints, he posts some stuff on X just about every day. So I don't know if you have a Twitter account, X, what have you, but if you'll search him up and give him a follow on Twitter, you'll be able to get. You're not going to get anything like the 8 hours a day that he provided for almost 4 years. But if you'd like to know what his thoughts are on various hot topics, you can kind of get the idea. And he said repeatedly he'll be back at the appropriate time. He'll be back. I think everybody who knows KC knows that's a given. If anything eventful lights off, he'll be one of the first ones to arrive. In fact, I don't mind telling you guys, he's listens in from time to time. You know, he may not type in the chat, or he may not come into the back of the Discord to add his thoughts. But sometimes, just like a lot of folks here, he is able to listen in and be with us just as a passive listener, so he can kind of keep up with our foolishness. I posted the pictures of our rock pile in the Discord. We need to do an over and under on how many trips it's going to take with a wheelbarrow for me to carry that shit from the swimming pool down to the beach. I'm gonna go just off the top of my head and say 50 trips. We can do it over and under, over 50 or under 50 trips. ENS says he supported GameStop this weekend. He bought a new PS5 controller, Pokemon cards for the nephews, a Switch controller, and a few Funkos. Said that location in particular said they're very busy and that the new PSA grading option has really started taking off. Yeah, Casey said they're doing quite a bit of that, and he also mentioned that all this talk, as far as he was concerned, he was unaware that they're closing all of the stores down. There was a rumor running around, swirling about on X, that they were they're shutting down all the stores, brick and mortar. And he said he couldn't say that it's not happening. He just said that he hasn't been told anything like that. Now, whether or not they're still shutting down underperforming stores as a cost-cutting measure, well, I hope they are. That would be common sense. But pardon me. Break Nation says he's taking the under at 49.5 trips. There you go. Just a few minutes past 11 o'clock, 11:12 pirate time. AMC stuck at $4.04. GameStop an uptrend at the moment on a 1-minute chart at $31.29. Inching ever farther and farther away from my desired price of $30.48. What do you have? 2 weeks until Inauguration Day. No BNS, it fell within, I think I was within 30 cents. The order is at $30.48. I think it hit 30.78, and then it went back up.
It's only 25.
Yucca, did you get caught up, man? I know you were overwhelmed there for a while. You getting some breathing room?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a lot done, and then I got a couple of orders that came through at the beginning of the year. So those, I got a few lined up, which is great. But yeah,
Good for you, man.
It got crazy. It got really. I was not expecting that, but I'm glad it came through.
Good for you.
Thank you.
U.S. 10-year Treasury still going up, 4.610.
My money market account loves that.
I bet.
Every 30 days it pays. It never
That's
goes
my
down.
point, man. It's high time that the savers in this country got rewarded. I've gone on many rants about how my friends who saved for 20 years just got fucked in the ass by our government with all this cheap money they keep pouring into the markets, which denies. You tell everybody from the time they're a young child, save some money, save for a rainy day. Savers, that's the best way. Don't piss your money away. And then people do, and then they screw them. It's like,
Well, I keep cash, but when the interest rates started going up, I started depositing cash. And
yeah, Bitcoin hit 101,920, just us, $80 shy of the 102,000 mark. So it's back above that 100K. Put a big fat smile on Break Nation Sports' face and the rest of you Bitcoiners.
I don't own any Bitcoin, but I have an ETF of companies that are involved in Bitcoin, and it's up pretty good today. So,
yeah, I made some pretty good money off of Marathon, the miner. I traded them. I made, I don't know, 4 or 6 times, no more than like a half a dozen times, but I traded in and out of that, and did quite nicely. Of course, and then that money I poured into AMC, but yeah, I found that I could get in and out of Marathon. I didn't have to worry about. It was a way for me to play Bitcoin without actually having to buy the coin.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. Now I own XRP, but that's a different approach. I've been buying a little bit each week.
Two-year note is down to 4.262. We had that yield. The yield curve was inverted for, I don't know, it seemed like forever. I'm afraid I can't remember how long, but let's just say it was 6 months or something. But historically, anytime you have an inverted yield curve like that, once it returns to normal, within like 6 months of that, historically, there's a collapse. So we'll see if that trend holds, or if this will be an example of where that doesn't play out.
Okay.
Kennedy says he fools with gray squirrel, and MicroStrategy.
Yep.
401k.
Those are part of an ETF that I'm in. So. But I noticed this last time around when the market was, remember it had those 7 or 8 trading days that were down, down, down. Well, Bitcoin came down too with them. So I still think we've got some more downside to see before.
I know I've asked people in the past why they like MicroStrategy with Sailor and all that. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just buy the coin? Why would you buy? And then the answer's always been the same: leverage. I guess they've got like 8-to-1 leverage or 5-to-1 leverage. But I'm like, that leverage works both ways. You can lever up because the gains are bigger, but your losses are bigger too. And I'm like, so let me get this right. You're going to play with Bitcoin that's already highly speculative, and you're not even going to buy the Bitcoin. You're going to buy a stock, an equity that buys them, and they do it on with leverage. So it's like exponentially more dangerous. I'm like, damn, for me, it's dangerous enough just to have the Bitcoin. But I don't know. But for now, hey, it's working for them. The numbers don't lie. Just like I just want to make sure that all my friends that understand that whole leverage thing works both directions. That's a double-edged sword.
That's probably the most aggressive thing that I'm doing. And I really don't even, as total portfolio, it's less than 1%, I'm just buying in. When it dips down, I'm buying in. And really what I'm doing is I'm taking a lot of the interest I'm making off the cash sitting there and throwing it into that. My cash value doesn't drop, but I use the interest to pick that up.
Yeah, Bitcoin just passed the 102 mark, $102,053.
Let's see.
Whoa. Man, y'all don't know what you're missing. I just got a bacon, egg, and cheese burrito. Just appeared out of nowhere, man. Just kind of just landed here like a little butterfly landing on a.
There's a chain that needs ordered at the store. Can you have them by Wednesday? He goes like late Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, honey. Forgot to add Highcroft Mining to my watch charts. I have to reload them every Monday. And I thought I'd put the usual suspects up there, but I failed to add them this morning, so they're pretty much unchanged at the moment.
pressure on your back, so I can come up every day, one a day.
Lead prosecutor is leaving the DOJ. All the major indices are up. The Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ are all in the green. aired up my wheelbarrow tires, put a little soapy water on one of them, and I have no less than 6 holes in that tire. Get some slime. I don't mind filling it up once a day, but I'm not filling it up every hour.
sent you a picture of that Fix-A-Flat, honey. It's $6 a can. We need 2 cans, one for each tire, but that's cheaper than a new wheelbarrow. Yeah, that's why I'm going to use it for these big rocks, because if I drop us, no, the big stuff will stay in there. It just isn't no good for carrying sand and dirt anymore, but it's perfect for this. Even if we get a brand new wheelbarrow, I'll probably keep that one because it's good for carrying the chop saw for the choice deck. So even if we keep using it for a wheelbarrow, but for this rock, it's going to work just fine.
Back. Anything interesting going on?
No, I snuck outside and aired up the tires on the wheelbarrow, and I found one of them's got like 7 holes in it.
Not good.
No, it won't stay up for more than 10 minutes, so Mrs. Pyre's going to get me some Fix-A-Flat. They got some shit called slime. Shoot in there. Green slimy product with ground up pieces of rubber in it. And
yeah.
It works pretty good for low pressure tires.
I was thinking about, do you have anywhere anywhere you could source yourself like a 4-wheeled cart instead of a wheelbarrow?
Yeah, they make one. They make a thing called a Georgia buggy. It's a little bitty thing, it's like a motorized wheelbarrow. But again, you got to rent that shit. And I'm trying to do this trying to save her some money. So.
No, I was thinking.
And it's all downhill. I'm lucky that it's all downhill. I don't have to push the wheelbarrow uphill. It's all I got to do is steer it down the ramp, dump it.
Because like we also have one here. Like it's a 4-wheeled, so basically a wheel in each corner. Small cart, like 3-4 times the size of a wheelbarrow in space, but it has like just a handle on one side.
Right.
You can just drag it. I think it's a lot more stable, so you can load it with a lot more, and you don't have to worry about like keeping it stable when you pull it. It's just about pulling the weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to go down. I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of it. We have I call it a handicap ramp. It's just a long gradual ramp that I built that goes from our top of our yard to the bottom down by the beach. And whatever you go down that, you have to have you got to be careful because it can take, the load can take off. I mean, I used to take telephone poles down it with we had a thing here we call Dolly Parton. It's a pole dolly, and with no brake on it, it's kind of hard, because gravity takes over and it wants to shoot down that hill real fast. So I'm kind of limited by really what I can hold back.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'll upend at the bottom and end up scattered all across the yard, and I don't need to be bending over and picking that shit up again. I'll figure it out, one rock at a time. You see, Mrs. Pirate bumped her ankle against some of that steel rebar yesterday, cut her ankle a little bit. She made a little, like a patch, not really a tourniquet, but like a wraparound patch. And the boys told her she looked like she had a ankle monitor on, like she's one of those outlaw girls that's on home arrest.
Nice.
Outlaw type.
Does anybody can be 50 back on?
Short trios or resign.
Yeah, he's trolling.
Yeah, all three. Okay.
I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. I'm going to make a wheelbarrow run, see how this feels. I'll be right back.
See you in a bit. Nice bump up there on AMC. 526,000 shares on that candle on GME. Barely any movement, of course.
Pretty winded off of one wheelbarrow run, so it's going to be a
Oh my God.
one wheelbarrow run and a rest. One wheelbarrow run and a rest. The hardest part's loading this bastard. Have to bend over and pick them up off the ground.
Oh yeah.
Yep. They seem to be like between 40 and 50 pounds each. Some of them might be 10 to 20 pounders, the smaller ones.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they roll real easy in a wheelbarrow.
The way I would do it, like you would need to do a half action the next time you go out, but I would, well, go and refill it next time, but don't take it out, and then the next time you just take it and then refill, so that when you go when you walk, you're fresh. So you walk it full. Once you're
I thought of that. Yeah, you can just kind of load it at your leisure. You're exactly right. Yeah, so that when you go out with a full battery, I like it. Yeah, I might have been a little bit shy with my estimation of 50 trips, but that's okay. If I do 10 trips a day, by Friday when they go rent the jackhammer again, I'll bet I can have all this shit gone. What do they say? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time?
Yeah.
I tell you one thing though, preacher, I ain't a fucking quitter.
Oh, definitely.
I'll beat my fucking head against the wall till the blood runs down my forehead, but eventually the bricks will fall. You and I are liking that.
Mm-hmm. Let me take another look at those. Like you could try to make a small ramp and actually drive the wheelbarrow into the ditch, so it's a bit more like at the same level as the rocks. So you don't have to lift up that much, but then you have to pull the wheelbarrow out of the ramp, so it's kind of like a give and take. Depends what's easier for you.
For just what I business. Eight. Cut every business. You could cut every.
I hope it works. Everybody. You know,
Oh, goodness. I slipped away, preacher, and I took 4 pictures for you. Show you what I'm up against here. Let me put these in general.
Yeah, let's see what we're working with.
Yeah. Okay, my neighbor to the east of me, he has already used, you can buy what they call recycled, repurposed concrete because it's cheaper than the natural stone. And he bought several loads of that and put along his wall. In the picture I'm sending you, you'll see where he's terminated at the property line. And we have an outdoor shower on the corner. I got Mrs. Pirate to sign off on, I'm just going to turn that corner and it's essentially line the rest of his seawall. His seawall sticks out beyond the bottom of my ramp. And then on each side of our handicap ramp, there's a void that's kind of doesn't lend itself to a lawnmower. And I think I'm going to be able to use a whole bunch of it up in there as well. And then that'll give you an idea. Discord, general. There you go. There's 7 fresh pictures for you. You can see I started at the top. You can see the swimming pool. You can see the pile of rock. Now it's a shorter distance if I push the wheelbarrow through the sand to the top of that ramp, but it's actually rolls a lot better if I roll it on those old pavers. So I'm taking the long way around the pool, but it rolls much, much easier.
Definitely.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, Rugged. We're doing some engineering here, man.
I'm checking it out right now. I got back.
Now, the reason we couldn't just take the stone, preacher, and jackhammer it and throw it over the side is because I'll send you one more picture. The stones that we took from the waterfall were natural stone, so we used all of that to line ours, which is really better because the stones were like 700-800 pounds. They're natural. So the problem with that is she's worried about the disparity from dissimilar materials. If I just chuck the rocks over our seawall, it won't look as good. So I got it. She really doesn't want to intermingle the materials, and I can understand that. Now she did sign off on. I have some voids from where I used that machine to dump those 1,000-pound rocks over. It left a few holes. So she did say I could tuck a few rocks away straight over the side as long as they didn't end up on top or out front. So anyhow, that's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a compromise between what looks good and what's optimal for getting the job done.
Yeah. Can't let perfect get in the way of good. Yep. Oh, she said, yes, we can. You can take that shit to the dump. You heard that?
Well, yeah.
All right. Now I used that skid steer to push all those giant stones over that wall when I tore the waterfall down. So there's still a lot of red clay and sand intermingled into that. But as time goes by, all that dirt will wash away, and all that'll be left there will be the stone.
You moved all
It looks
those?
a little unsightly now. What's that?
You moved all those rocks?
Every last fucking pound.
You like building pyramids or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to use some kind of, vehicle to do that, right?
I used a skid steer. That little picture, it's called a dingo. I showed you a picture of it that one day. You stand on the back of it, it has a hydraulic bucket. That's what I moved all those big 1,000-pounders with. But we turned that in after the waterfall demolition's over with. Everything else has been hand jive. These pieces that we're doing with the jackhammer, they roll between 10 pounds and 80 pounds. There might even be a few there north of 100, because the jackhammer, you want to jackhammer off, as big a piece as you can, but you can't break them off too big to where you can't handle them. There were a few where he had to, when they broke loose, he'd had to bust them in half because I just couldn't get them up out of the ditch.
Yeah.
The idea now is to make the stone go away at the shortest path of least resistance, but still looks good. And like I said, our neighbors on both sides of us have used the repurposed concrete because it's too expensive to use natural stone. We just got natural stone for free, and she doesn't want to, it's like mixing two different kinds of tile. I would agree with her. So it's going to have to be a little finesse. At first, we thought we could put them down on the beach, the edge of the beach, where the boat docks and lifts are. But the problem is, all that down there is natural stone, and it's all very uniform. And it goes on hundreds of feet, and our place would stick out like a sore thumb if we just started throwing busted concrete down on it. Really, it doesn't matter, but it's out there. It's all about aesthetics at this point.
Would you ever?
It didn't hurt my feelings any, because it cut my wheelbarrow time in half, because the beach was fucking twice as far as the bottom of that ramp.
Would you consider making a stone walkway to the dock?
What's that?
Like a flat stone kind of a walkway to the that would go to the dock. Because I see you got all grass there. I'm just wondering if you'd ever consider doing like a flat stone walkway.
If I did that, it would have to be the cobblestone, the same as what's in the driveway, the sidewalk, the patio, materials. Yeah, she got the entire front driveway and all the parking spots. We got like parking for 6 cars. That's all cobblestone.
Okay.
The sidewalk that comes down the side of the house.
Yeah.
From front to back, that's all cobblestone, and then she's going to do the same cobblestone on the whole deck now, where all that flagstone's coming out. So if I were to do something like you were talking about, it would fall on them to do that.
Wow, cool. That would be cool. I think that'd be a beautiful look. We got some snow here.
You know, attendees. There's 5 more pictures, preacher, real rugged. So the picture, now you can see the pictures of the stone that's on the beach. That's limestone that come out of a quarry.
Cleaned up.
In Georgia. And that runs the whole length.
Okay.
So if we mix recycled concrete in there, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. So that wasn't an option. But you can see like the third picture with the little orange flowers, that's that natural stone, those real big ones. And that's kind of what she thinks that looks pretty nice, where the bushes are starting to grow up through the stones and all of that. So she doesn't really want me to pile busted concrete as the finished product on the top of that. She didn't mind if I tuck a few pieces down below.
She's right. Right. I wouldn't. I mean, tucking it, yeah, okay. It's hidden, yeah.
And there's a place I may be able to get rid of, I don't know, 10 wheelbarrow loads by hiding them underneath some of those boulders. And then I give you a picture of the side, the cobblestone that comes down the side, so you can see what I'm talking about as far as continuity of sidewalk goes.
Do you have any piece of land to play with?
Yeah, it's several miles away, but if I would do that, I'd just haul it to the landfill and pay to dump it.
Next to your house, like you could, well, it would take some work from your side, but you could try to place it all in a circle and try to do like a fireplace edge.
Yeah, no, there's way too much for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My friend who has a place on the river, he's got constantly fighting erosion issues around his cabin and all that. But it's a 1-hour trip one way, and the fuel in the truck pulling that trailer with 6 tons of rock on it, all the way up there and back. It's what I would gain in not paying the dump fees, I would lose in diesel fuel. So that wasn't an option either.
Diesel fuel meaning kibble, or?
Yeah.
Bad joke.
The neighbor that I have on the east of me, he has 100% recycled concrete. He's coming home. I sent him a message. He's coming home in an hour. He's going to meet me out back. I'm going to see if he wants some of it. Obviously, with the caveat being, you pick it up. I'm not delivering it. If he's willing to come over and pick up 10 wheelbarrows of it, then that just benefits me, and he ends up with, because you can never have enough rock around your shit down here when the storms come.
Oh, okay. See, so you want to utilize it then for that purpose. Okay. It makes sense for protection.
Yeah, man. You see some of those storms videos I put up. You can lose, if you don't have stone like that, you can lose your entire yard. You can end up spending $20,000 on having dirt brought in to fill the hole back up. But if you have plenty of stone in there, it's the best erosion preventative device there is. Yeah, Moonlit. He pointed out there's a red Solo cup on the beach down there. Yeah, it's never ending, man. You can go down there every fucking day and something will wash up. I found a leather coat, probably about a $200. I mean, a nice leather coat. The weirdest shit floats up. More beach balls. I quit keeping beach balls. I've had so many beach balls. I pick beach balls up and just stick them with a pocket knife, throw them in the garbage. Coolers. I've had coolers float up. Life jackets.
Of course, you don't want to come clean on all the kilos.
Cocaine. Yeah. Bales of marijuana. Yeah.
Oh my.
They call them the square groupers. Yeah.
You just don't want to share, huh? Okay.
That one picture that I showed you, Preacher, where you see the kayaks that are lined up.
Yep.
Okay, if you focus on that, you see that cobblestone comes up and then it makes like a little chicane, like a little jank over, and you can see where that's all collapsed from that grain gutter. But what's important here is that piece of board that's brown and that concrete where the electric plug is at, that's all coming out now.
Okay.
So that stone will run completely around the house now. There will no longer need for any of that. So all that cobblestone that's loose and janky will come up, and then when she has the Mexican boys redo all the paver stones around that pool, it'll flow seamlessly around the house and on down. And it'll go a long ways towards improving the aesthetics of that. You know, sometimes it's like putting hardwood floor in a big living room. It's not the big space that matters. It's where it ties into your kitchen and the bottom of your steps and all of those things. That's the difference between, you know, top notch and so.
Yeah.
The one picture where you can see the Solo cup in it, you can't see it because I don't have a telephoto lens. But way down at the end of the yard, that guy has stone on 2 levels like I do. He has stone down by this beach, then he's got stone up on his first seawall. The stone that they brought him, it still had the goddamn rebar in it. I'm talking about big pieces of rebar where they jackhammered up an interstate and they'd cut the reinforcing steel. And it doesn't look bad, but if you were to walk down there with a can of beer and look at it real closely, not only is it repurposed concrete, but it's got pieces of steel in it. But that's okay because that's his whole thing is like that. What Sandy's biggest issue was she didn't want it to look hodgepodge like 3 different kinds of materials. So as long as we keep it separated, I think she's going to be pleased.
So you use the concrete broken up maybe as like a filler?
Yeah, a lot of guys will do that. Like the neighbor that's to the east of me, the one picture I showed you, that's the brand new house that's real close to me. He bought 3 dump truck loads of that concrete. The picture that you can see with the shower head in it. Now that's all repurposed concrete there with the green lawn chair. That's all repurposed concrete, but there's no steel in that. It had no rebar, no
clean.
Yeah, and that was his idea. Was he was going to put those 5 loads in, then he was going to buy 5 loads of the expensive stone to do the finish coat with. So because you can't see what's underneath of there, you know. And but once he got it in and his wife kind of got used to it, she was like, yeah, we don't need to spend no more money on rock. You know, but that was her whole thing was we'll cover the whole thing with repurposed concrete. It's like 1/3 of the cost. And she's like, and then we'll put one final coat of the expensive stone so that it looks pretty. But after being there for 2 or 3 years, they thought, yeah, that's good enough. He was pretty cool when he built that house. He was going to run water down to the beach for his boat dock. And he knew that I didn't have water at my boat dock. And he dug a ditch from the street. Our water meters are together from the street all the way to the beach before they even filled in his building lot for the house. And he came over. He's a cool dude, Englishman, speaks with a real heavy Cockney accent. He come over and he's like, hey, man, do you want to throw a pipe in my ditch? I'm like, hell yeah. So he let me throw my pipe in his ditch. So, and what we did was when we dug up around the water meters out the street, I just dug a little ditch over and I tied my pipe into my water meter. I put a little valve on it so I could isolate it. So in the wintertime, I can just shut it off down there. And then he built his seawall and all of that. And then all I had to do was pop up my little shower head there. So I never did put the shower head on it yet. And I put a hose bib on the bottom of it. And then what I also did, you can't see it, but under the ground right there, there's a T. And I ran the rest of the way down. We ran right down the property line with both of our pipes. and then he went towards his boat dock and I went towards mine. So now we both have water on our boat docks. But it was really cool because he didn't have to do that. You know, it probably would have never happened because it just would have been too much. It'd been a Herculean effort for me to get that pipe from my house down to the beach. So pretty cool dude. Couldn't ask for a better neighbor.
Which picture were you last referencing, Pirate?
The one with the shower head. You'll see you'll see stone. You'll see a green lawn chair in the background. A white pipe in the center of it. That's a shower. It doesn't have a shower head on it, but that's a freshwater shower bit. That gets covered I got to cover that with a decorative piece of lumber. I need a piece of green saltwater treated lumber to cover the entire pipe. And the only thing you're supposed to see there is the shower head sticking out. And then I'm going to put a little platform there so you can stand and rinse the salt water off.
Okay.
But I had other more important things to do. I keep like 50 iron. Okay, honey. I have like 50 fucking irons in the fire. So it's another unfinished project, but I had to do my pipe when he did his. You know, I couldn't hold him up. He was doing me a solid. So I just did all that while I had my glue and pipe out. And then I walked away from it and said, I'll finish this shit later. And of course, here we are.
Okay. So you're looking to you're going to extend that. I'm
going to turn that corner. That's his yard. You're not looking at my house. That's his yard. So I'm going to just start stacking that concrete right there at the corner. I'm going to come around the corner there and follow it up all the way to the handicap ramp. And then if you look at that handicap ramp, there's a big void on both sides of it. And right now I've been using it as a place to hide like aluminum ladders and fucking shoveling. But I'm going to dig all that shit out of there, and I can lose probably 10 to 15 wheelbarrow loads down in there. That'll go a long ways towards erosion control around that ramp.
Okay.
And because it's not commingled with the other stone, Sandy signed off on that. The thing for me was I wanted to jackhammer those pieces, and as my son jackhammered them loose, I just wanted to chuck them over the edge. That would have been the end of it. If you look at the hole where that footer's coming up, it's right on the edge of the fucking seawall. Yep. But instead, I got to load that shit in a fucking wheelbarrow, go all the way around, down the ramp, and then place it in hand. But, you know.
You need a conveyor belt.
So, you know, you look at the picture with the pink bucket in it, all I had to do was pick them up. I mean, I'm sitting there on a boat cushion. I would have just picked them up and tossed them right over the side, over my shoulder. And they've been gone. But she wasn't having it.
What about, and probably, I know Sandy probably won't agree to it, but just as an idea, what if you toss it as you wanted and you buy yourself some net, not something very thick, you know, there's military style net, and you grow some plants over it so that
I thought of that too. I thought of that too, preacher. I thought about throwing a couple loads of topsoil on top of it and just planting grass over all of it. If the hurricane comes and sucks the dirt and grass away, at least the stone will be there. But exactly. That's just kind of a waste of money. But yeah.
Like what I was thinking is to place a net from the, let's say, the base of where the stone reaches till the top of the edge of the terrace or whatever it's called, and you just have a net, and then you have there's, I don't know the names, I'm not good with plants, but there's basically plants that stretch out, they grow, you know, like ivy or whatever.
Oh yeah, you can put Confederate jasmine on it, or ivy, or honeysuckle, any number of things. She's,
you know, it would take some time, but then you would end up with just like a nice wall of
topiary type thing.
Yeah, plants, and then you at the same time you have the safety, you know, blocking erosion if that day comes.
I really I don't spend a lot of time making shit pretty down there because I can't express to you how brutal that wave action is when the storms come.
Okay.
I got some videos that I have shared, and I mean, I'll give you an example. We used to keep a sailboat in the backyard, and I built an elevated. It was like 4 poles in the ground with wheels on them, and then it had a winch. So you'd sail the boat up. That little mermaid hunter I had, we would sail it up to the beach, and then you'd hook the boat crank up to it, and you just cranked it. and it comes sliding up a set of ramps. It came all the way up into the yard, and it set on an elevated perch, kind of like you'd see at a boat store when they're advertising boats for sale. Well, because of that, it denied sunlight to the grass underneath it, so it was just sand underneath of there. The fucking storm came, and because there was no root system to hold that down, the hole, I'm 5'9", I could stand in that hole and you couldn't see my head. The entire yard was perfect. It was like a bunker in a golf course. That you'd be surprised how much a good root system on sod will retain soil. But because there was no grass under that sailboat, there was no roots. And because there was no roots, it was just loose sand. And after 12 hours of that wave action coming in and out, there was a fucking hole big enough to bury a car in. And I had to go down on that goddamn beach and shovel sand up over that wall to fill that hole back. I shoveled sand. I would just reach down, get a shovel load of sand, and throw it as hard as I could over my shoulder. And after about a week, I filled that goddamn hole back up. But this time, I covered it with sod. I fertilized it and made sure the sod took hold. And I took that goddamn sailboat, and it's gone. Never do that shit again. You've either got to have real thick, lush turf with lots of roots, or you've got to have some sort of a riprap.
Guess that's the price you have to pay with living on the coast and having a nice view every day.
Yep, it comes with it. It's part of the game. It's a real good investment because there's such a limited amount of waterfront. People always pay a premium for it. The Englishman next door that built that house, that was kind of the shittiest lot down here because what you can't see is on the other side of his house is our HOA little party palace. They got this big swimming pool, beach access. So because of that, you got it's almost like having a commercial building as your neighbor, which they shut it down at 8 o'clock at night. But there's a lot of traffic, more than you would have with a home. But on top of that, his lot was smaller. It was the very last lot. Most of these lots are 85 to 90 feet wide. His was like 65 feet wide, I think. So his house is shaped more like a shoebox. But $500,000. They paid, that lot was $500,000. Because once they're gone, they're gone. That's why you have the neighbors are so fucking close. I hate it, man. Coming off of a farm, I mean, I had more fucking driveway on my farm than the entire real estate that I have down here. There's just no way around it.
Of course.
I mean, in a perfect world, you could own 10 or 12 acres with water access, but you're talking about $4 or $5 million in the land just before you even put a house on it. Because for the simple purpose that everybody wants an 80-foot wide, 100-foot long lot. So nobody's going to sell you 10 acres for cheap.
Yep. I'm assuming it's also getting, power.
Yep.
Like
yep.
Water pipes.
Water. Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. That's probably also more expensive, right? Then.
Very. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I couldn't really speak freely before because the wife was still here, but she's not the one that has to pick all that shit up. Now she'll help. Don't get me wrong. My wife is a working bitch, but she's still only 5'3". You know, the best she can do is pick up shit the size of a loaf of bread. And even then she's only going to do so many. If you fill up a 5-gallon bucket full of little crumbs, you can only fill it halfway up. I'm not taking nothing away from her. I'm just saying it's beyond her physical capability. And what's happened is now at almost 60 years old, it's quickly becoming beyond my capability, where I have been her go-to guy. I've been her superhero for fucking 30 years. There was not a single thing in our world that I couldn't do for us. And it's just been a real lifestyle adjustment for her to realize that, it's got to fall on those 20-year-old boys of mine, or somebody has to get paid to do it.
And that is why you worked your ass off your whole life. So I think, as much as I think there's a pride factor there. I think there's a bodily injury component here that you don't want to get behind on that, where you get an injury and then you're dealing with it the rest of your life. If you don't have to.
I was working on that on that boat dock out there, and I went to the lumber yard and bought the pilings, brought them home, dumped them in the yard, and I used a dolly to move them down to the back and float them out. But they got on me at the HOA was bitching because you could see them from the street. They didn't want them too close to the front. They wanted me to move them back where you couldn't see them. I'm like, all right, cocksuckers. So I had to move them, and one was just a little bit out of the way, and it wasn't worth me going to get the dolly. So I bent over, and I picked up one end of that pole. Now, those poles I guess they weigh 600 pounds, 500 pounds. But I bent over like a telephone pole, and I bent over, and all I wanted to do was pick up one end of it while the other end stayed on the ground and just kind of toss it over to the side. When I heaved up on that motherfucker rugged, I heard of something that sounded like a rubber band pop in my shoulder. And it was my fucking, I forget what they call it. But I tore all the ligaments loose in my shoulder. And I couldn't use my left arm for a year. It took a fucking year for that thing to. I went to the VA, I was there for the VA having some work done on my legs. And I told him, I said, man, I think I fucked my shoulder up. He's like, yeah, we could probably operate on that and sew it together. He's like, we do a lot of them. He said, I said, tell me the truth. Will it eventually heal? My doctor's really fucking cool. He's like, yeah, but it takes a long time. And he goes, and you're going to lose mobility if you don't stretch it while it's healing. So he told me when I was in the shower to reach up as high as I could and lean against the wall. And it's brutally painful, and stretch it. It's counterintuitive. You think that you want to leave it like baby it until it gets better. But he was like, it's the opposite. You got to keep stretching it while it's healing. He says, otherwise it'll heal, but you won't even be able to raise your arm high enough to comb your hair. But it took a fucking year, rugged, a fucking year before I could use my left hand. And I told her, I said, I can't do that shit anymore.
It's not worth it. It really, for whatever savings, a couple thousand, whatever.
Exactly.
So not worth it. To lose mobility, to lose.
When I was younger and I had the tree company, I went and did some tree work for a guy, and the motherfucker was a surgeon, and he cut his left hand with a chainsaw. And I'm like, dude, you're a surgeon. I know you're not working for minimum wage. What the fuck are you doing with a chainsaw, dude? It was one of those, it's like Pro Jeweler. Pro Jeweler, if without his fingers, he's done. So if Pro Jeweler cuts off 4 of his fingers with a circular saw, his career as a jewelry maker is over with.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are the weird. Those decisions are weird, and it's kind of like when I try to, it's just not worth it. It's just why? Why did you work your ass off in your, prime? Did you work your ass off so you have the freedom to? Man.
Well, that's what I told her. I said, when's it enough? I was like, at some point, I don't, my body's all busted up because of what I've done already. And I said, listen, eventually, so what happens is you go from her husband that does every single thing, no matter how menial it was, physical, I did everything at zero cost. She's denied that now, and that brings a source of aggravation to her. But then when you call somebody up and they say they want $500 to do it, she's like, that's ridiculous. That's crazy high, because she still thinks $100 is a lot of money.
because we're going on 60 years old, and I'm like, Sandy, nobody will fucking does anything for $100. I'll give you an example. I give my son $30 an hour to run the jackhammer. And she's like, don't you think that's a little excessive? Because I normally only pay him $20 an hour. I said, Sandy, pick that jackhammer up. She's like, well, I can't. I'm like, well, then I don't want to hear no more about it. I mean, you can't even pick it up, and you're asking him to run it for hours on end. And I said, I'm fucking him at $30. I wouldn't fucking do it for $30 an hour.
Yeah.
And like, he makes $20 an hour doing Uber. I'm like, here, dude, come run a jackhammer for dad for fucking $15 an hour. I'm not going to do my son that way,
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But I get it. She's very studious with our finances, and she wants us to cut. But sometimes she will trip over $1 to try to save a nickel.
And that dollar could be your arm.
That's what I told her. We got some pretty nasty ones. I told her, I said, how much? I said, when do I get to quit? I asked her one time, it was a particularly nasty fight. I said, will you only be happy if you find me dead out in a ditch somewhere with a shovel in my hand? Well, is that the only thing that'll work? Up until my very last day, the giant heart attack swarms over me, and you find me dead out there with a weed eater. Will I be the good guy then, or can we call it good for me? So
hold on. Before we answer that, let's look at the numbers here.
Oh yeah, look at that, 3193.
So I'm you know what I mean. I just like, yeah, I get it. It's yeah, health above all, right? It's gotta be that reminder, and I think that year of healing is exactly the thing you want to avoid.
Yep, and that was and it wasn't the pain, man, because pain's been my friend my whole life. I've become a friend with pain early in life. The problem is the inconvenience. I had to go for a year of being a one-handed man.
Yes,
and not because I was like, well, fuck it, I'll just use it, even though it hurts. You couldn't use it; it just wouldn't work. It was 100% complete failure. So I'm like, that doesn't help us when I got to go for a whole fucking year and I'm reduced to the use of one hand.
Yeah, how's that for quality of life?
Oh man, dude, you don't realize it. Try to wash your hair with one hand. Try to take a shower with one fucking hand. Try to wipe. I can't begin to tell you. Yeah. Not to mention if you want to fucking go out and change spark plugs in a car or something. I mean, fuck me.
I've had the same shoulder dislocated twice, so I've been there, and now it's acting up again. Like I haven't injured it. It's just like it's not working.
Yep.
There's positions where it feels weak as hell, like weak.
Newsflash, buddy. It doesn't get better as the years go by.
The thing is, like half a year
I tell her, I said, you think I'm going to get stronger? I said, you think I'm having problems at 59? You think when I'm 63, I'm going to be like fucking a ball of fire again? Like,
yeah.
The thing is, half a year ago, I ripped, I think, a muscle in my back. I just stood up from my desk. I was talking with my wife, and I was basically working at my desk the whole day. I stood up talking with her. I was like, fuck it, I'll do a pull-up because I have a pull-up bar on my door. No warming up, no nothing. And I just pulled up. I got up, and something snapped. Like she was 2 rooms away. We were talking, but she was 2 rooms away. She heard the snap that was inside my body.
What's going on with the charts? Preacher, what's going on with this chart?
Let's continue talking about other shit. Let's let the chart.
Okay, yeah, I broke the rule. I'm sorry, I'm breaking the rules. Yeah, so she could hear the snap all the way across the room.
Yeah, and it hurt for like 2-3 months, and then it stopped hurting. But now there's like a pain / weakness, not the strong pain, but like a weakness and an imbalance in my back. I can feel it like across my ribs on both sides, as if something's imbalanced. So yeah, no, take it easy. Nothing's worth like losing, the capacity of moving your limbs.
Ability,
like
yeah.
That, so. Just it is what it is, and
I ain't gonna lie. Just between friends, sometimes I feel a little bit manipulated because she knows me intimately. After 30 years, you know everything there is to know about a person. So my wife will go out there and she'll go around and she'll be picking up little pieces of rock the size of baseballs, and she'll do it for hours. But she knows I can't sit here and let her do that. It's not part of my makeup. So I'll get up and I'll go out there and I'll be like, for the love of fucking God, would you let the boys do this?
And she's like, I'm just going to work on it. But see, she knows that I can't let her do it by herself. So now I'm honor bound to help. And then I work until I get pissy and mad. And then we end up in a fucking fight. She says the issue is mine. She's like, I need to get over myself. She swears up and down she's not trying to do it to goad me into coming out there. I'm like, but you know I will. So if you don't want me to come out and hurt myself, you need to quit going out there too. But
then does she tell you not to do it when you try to go out there?
Yeah, she does. She does.
Right.
But there's two kinds of men in this world, Rugged. There's men who sit and drink beer while their wife picks up rocks, and there's men like me. And I'm not gonna fucking sit while my wife is working. One thing for her to cook a fucking sandwich. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about other shit. So, but I don't know. I was telling the boys last night, we've had a few arguments here lately, and my boys, they're young men now, so I can speak a lot more freely with them. One of the very first fights I had with my wife, she was just my girlfriend at the time. She was living with me. We dated for a couple months, and she moved from Cincinnati to Florida, and she was living in the first house that I bought, and I was remodeling it, and we were at Lowe's, and I was picking out light switch covers. I just finished doing the drywall and paint, and we had one of the worst, our first big blowout. I was so fucking mad, I was screaming at Lowe's. I threw a whole box of fucking light switch covers down on the ground. I said, fuck it, let's just go home. And that was one of our first real big marital fucking, blow up. Not marital, but
relationship.
Little arguments that we had as a couple. And I told him, I said, man, I've been fighting with your mom since our first month together. And I was like, and I would always tease her because she's real strong-willed. She's very smart, obviously. But I'm like, she was a secretary working at Chiquita Bananas when I met her. She didn't know the difference between a claw hammer and a jackhammer. Every single thing she knows about construction, I taught her, without exception. Every fucking thing. From the difference between a Phillips head screwdriver to a common to what drywall mud is. So somehow or another, after 30 years of that, she feels entitled to argue with me over all sorts of things that are, specific about, a protocol or a construction thing. And it drives me absolutely fucking nuts. I asked her one time, I said, what happened to the girl who used to just follow me around and hang on my every word and watch me and learn and be my little helper? She's like, well, I grew up, I have my own opinions now. I'm like, I get it that you have your own opinions, but at what point did you think your opinions were more valid than mine? When I taught you every single thing it would be like having Mozart teach you about music and then you try to argue with him about composing a fucking overture. I don't fucking get it.
Yeah. I don't know.
But I think it's not to be mean or anything, but my wife does the same, so I think it's a woman thing.
I learned that.
At the end of work day, dead tired, maybe physically and mentally. And she asks me to do something and I just want to lay down for 10 minutes and then I'll get to it, but just need a few minutes just to catch my breath or something, and she'll gonna go and start. That's it. Just because she knows that I can't let her do it. And yeah, it happens. It is what it is.
What I've learned to do is to keep peace in the fucking valley. Is I just play along. I pick my battles and let it go. And if it's not something earth-shattering, sometimes it pains me, but sometimes I have to let her fuck up real bad to see. But what I've been known to do in the past, my personality is if I tell you don't put your foot there because there's dog shit, and then you step in it, I'm the kind of guy that's going to make fun of you and rub your nose in it because I get insulted that you didn't listen to me in the first fucking place. And that was where I was kind of a little bit cruel, I guess. And, they say love is not judgmental. I'm like, the fuck it ain't. If I tell her not to do something and she doesn't do it, I should judge her. But I tried to quit doing that. I'm like, okay, I tell her not to do something. She does it her way and it all goes to fuck. Maybe even if she would show a little contrition or at least look at me and go, oh, you were right on that. I should have listened to you. I probably wouldn't be as big a dick about it, but that's not in my wife to be that way. She's real prideful and she'll just kind of make it. The most I could hope for is a bashful grin and she'll go on about her work. But I'm like, you're not going to, I used to tell her, say the words. She's like, what? I said, Big Daddy's always right. She said, I hate it when you say that. I hate it. I said, well, I can't. Now you hate me because I'm right? What the fuck's that all about?
Thing is, yeah, I've had to say maybe I'm not as mean when I get proven right, but it's like she would do something. I was like, well, I wouldn't do it like that, or you want to do it this way or whatever. It's like, oh, but because you think I don't know. It's like, look, if you do it this way, this is what's gonna happen, step by step. This is what's gonna happen. It's like, oh no, we think you know everything. Every time I'm proven right. Every fucking time I'm proven right. At this point, it's like. When we get to the point where we discuss, it's like, do you really want to? You still don't trust me? You really want to try again? And it's like at this point she kind of gives up, and she understood that it's I have a knack for things, and because that's the thing. I think I was speaking a few days back about this. Like I've learned from other people's mistakes, and it's just observing things. If you try to remember what someone else did wrong, you kind of know how things go. And from both physics point of view and just people behavior, whatever, no matter what happens. But yeah.
Well, it took me years to figure out what was really at the bottom of it. See, the simple truth, I can't speak for other relationships, but for us, it was that she's smart enough to understand that she was wrong the whole time, but I think she feels like I'm judging her, like somehow or another I think less of her. Or like I don't love her as much, or I somehow I won't have any respect for her because she made a mistake or did something wrong. And I'm like, no, I'm just trying to help you improve. I'm trying to teach you. And one time she got really pissed, and she's like, well, I don't need a teacher. I don't want to be taught. And I said, I hope you're talking in anger there, because that's one of the most childlike things I could ever hear anybody say. But a lot of times I think it's more about pride, or her feeling like somehow or another that maybe secretly she feels like she let me down, and I'm like, and I'm not being gracious about it. But I've never been that way. I'm just trying to be instructional. But because of my time in the military, I'm not real big on please and thank you. She had the nerve one time to tell me that I wasn't polite enough on job sites when I had that guys. I'm like, you need to get in a fucking car and go down the road. This isn't a fucking tea party out here. This is men working together. I don't say, excuse me, preacher, if you don't mind, at your leisure, could you hand me the board that's next to you? Thank you, sir. Fuck that shit. I don't have time for it, and she somehow or another felt like it was some sort of a social faux pas or a lack of social grace. I just didn't grow up around men. When men worked together, it was a kind of a rough and tumble environment. Yeah. We all pulled together to get the job done. Nobody got their feelings hurt. Nobody fucking got their panties in a wad, but it wasn't a tea party either. And I treated my sons the same way, and she would always, of course, a mother's love knows no end for their children. I don't know. We all have our role to play. It just, I'm going to be 59 years old next month, and I still don't have women figured out. They're a bigger mystery to me now than they were when I was 17 years old. I don't have a fucking clue.
You live to 1,000, and that's not going to happen.
Yep.
Look, and with kids, it's, I think, because my wife also gets angry from time to time, and I think it's in a family that you have to basically teach your kids, but you also have to kind of protect them from each other, because like I'll get pissed and she needs to protect them from me in a way, like not physically, of course. I'm not hitting them,
right, just so you don't go overboard.
Exactly. And I have to do the same with her. When she gets upset, I need to make sure that she doesn't get overly sarcastic or mean in talking with them. And it is what it is. We have to improve each other. Nobody's perfect. That's why it's like trying to claim that one of us is perfect and the other is not. That's never gonna help. But
she asks me that all the time. I'll tell her I'm not perfect, but I'm closer to that than she is. Apparently, that's not what they want to hear either. No, I spend a lot of time pissing and moaning, but I think it's self-evident that she's been my soulmate, the love of my life. She's the one I chose to make a world with. I've never been a big believer in love, the stereotypical love at first sight and all that shit. I think you have multiple times throughout your life to pick a partner, and you do the best you can. You hope you pick somebody who has similar values and goals, and she filled all those roles for me, and she's been a wonderful mother and a wonderful wife. And we built a great life together, so I should probably sing more of her praises, but like men are known to do when they get together from time to time. I like to piss and moan about my wife as much as the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be still together after all this time if there wasn't a strong bond between you. And you know, with even when you put a new team together, you can bring the top brains in the world or the most hard workers. There's always a lot of friction in the beginning until things start to work.
Personality conflicts.
Yeah. And then, you know, people adjust, and kind of if it's really not meant to work, it's not gonna work. But if you stick with it, usually there has to be a bit of willingness to make things work. If that's there, then
yeah, we'd get asked from time to time in social circles of friends, you know, did you guys ever think about getting a divorce? Or I said, sure, we had our times where we'd throw the D word around or get to cussing and hollering at one another, but cool down, you get your shit together, and usually one person realizes that they were a little too far over the line. You try to make up and keep things as equal as you can. And then I had a running joke. I used to tell them, I said, look, I stood on the beach and promised her and God that it would be till death do us part. I said, so there might be a killing. I said, I'm not telling you there won't be a murder in our family, but there's not going to be a divorce.
yeah, I was
Yeah,
with my
divorce is an option. I said, I'm not going to tell you I won't kill her and fucking bury her out in the fucking woods, but I'm not going to divorce her.
I was joking with my wife the same way, that like if she decides to leave me for some other guy, she's gonna, like, I'm gonna just kill her and that's it.
Yeah. Every time I see a guy that killed his wife and kids, the first thing that pops into my mind, I tell people, I said, I don't know the details to this, but I bet you there's a 50-50 chance that she was leaving him and taking the kids and all of his shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
AMC
I had one buddy. We were drunk on a canoeing trip and drunk. We were sitting around a campfire talking shit like good friends do. And he made something comment to the extent of where it kind of questioning whether I really loved her or not. And I said, well, reach out and put your hands on her. If you don't think I love my wife, just reach out and reach out and hit her. See how that works for you with me standing. Yep. World's different now.
World's completely different, for like with all the social media. Like you see young couples, you know, like you put a phone, not even a camera, you put a phone in front of them to ask them some questions, and you know, unfortunately to see it. So, and I know I'm gonna get some smack for this, but it's mostly the girls that are gonna immediately say that they're willing to sleep with, if it's some famous guy or whatever.
Hot
like,
Tua.
Yeah. Well, it was. I didn't follow more of that. I mean, I don't know if it was a joke or whatever that started, but no, there's other people who are gonna be like, you know, if they had the chance to sleep with who knows who, if they would do it, and most girls, at least in front of a camera.
I love the ones where they ask them to share their contacts or swap phones. Yeah. Let's trade phones. And
I've seen a few of those, and it's.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You can't let your girlfriend look at your phone? You don't have a relationship. Hey, preacher, excuse me. I got somebody at the door. I'll be right back.
So yeah, let's scare a bit the chart. We had the AMC going up to 412. Now back at 408. The candle that brought us to 412 at 1,054,000 shares. That's nice. GME at the same time, big rip. High of the day 33.49, currently at 33.08. Also, this happened on high volume on GME as well. Bitcoin 101.8, so not a big increase. Don't see anything else really ripping that much. So again, the two Siamese twin stocks, AMC and GME, were, as we know, working in the same domain, very, very directly connected to each other. That's why we see the price being connected so much. I saw UPS delivery guys. 5 inches of snow. Shovel the driveway.
Yuck.
So, yeah. Fun.
We've got a winter blast coming down here. Winter's coming. Looks like our low is going to be about 57 today. Wake up at 46 tomorrow. I know that's tough, but anybody want a metals report?
Sure.
Well, let's see. Let's open the app. Okay, let's see. We got gold is at 26.3370. It's down $5.70. Silver 29.89. It's up 31 cents. Platinum 930, down 5. Palladium down 10 at 900, and rhodium is holding at $4,425 an ounce, unchanged. So what is the AMC and GME going up? They're trying to get some more options action going.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we see this
Yeah.
almost every week, so something
Yeah.
to get the blood boiling, get people excited. Oh, it's going up, it's going up. This is the one, and then
No, this is not. When the banks are on fire, then and it went up, I would say, okay. But banks are not burning yet. Well, not visibly burning, but
a few cents are not gonna do anything. That's
No.
why I think also KC is waiting for $90 to shave his beard, because that's where they're in a big pickle. Like they're screwed already at $90. So
I think once AMC gets to $45 to $50, it's going to be an all-out. They're going to be looking for somebody to give them some money to hold the fort. And Citibank, I think, is the problem. They've been loaning out a lot of money. Bank of America.
I'm seeing the biggest call side option was on GME today was at 2:17 p.m. Eastern time for over 1,000 contracts for the $50 call strike for this Friday.
Interesting.
$50 call strikes for GME.
Yeah, but
That'd be great.
That's still optimistic. I mean, of course, when the day comes, 50 is going to be nothing, but
Yeah, but it starts applying pressure.
oh yeah.
Let me check the AMC, see if they're what their biggest. Biggest one, let's see, someone bought a little over 1,000 contracts for the January 10th, $4.50, 450 calls. So not as impressive. Total volume today on call contracts on AMC is 113,000 for call side, 17,700 on the put side. On GME, there's just broke over 200,000 call contracts. Call side there, and then 32,000, just over 32,000 on the put side.
Oh, if that is the play, then it's working for them. If the play is to get people to buy more calls.
Maybe. Wah.
Anyway, what happened to Yaka? Just before I left, I think I saw him fighting in chat, but then...
He's counting all his money.
Sorry?
I think he's counting all his money he made. VinFast double EV.
Sorry about that, crew. That was my neighbor. I put a call into him when he came home today to come visit with me. Yeah, I touched base with him about some of this stone down in the backyard.
Any progress or any agreement?
Yeah, he said he didn't. He's recovering from a stroke, man. He had a pretty bad stroke this year, and good. He didn't lose much of his speech. He's half of his body got a little bit limp, but he's if you didn't know the guy before, you'd never even know he had a stroke. But no, super good dude. He's like both of his sons play soccer, and they're in Europe. I mean, they're big time soccer players. And he's like, I don't have any labor. He's like, I'd take all that shit from you. But he's all about using it down there on his wall. It faces my yard, but it's his wall. Mm-hmm. So the rocks will actually be on my grass, but they'll lean up against his wall because he built his wall right on the property line. But I knew he wouldn't have a problem about it, but it's just a matter of respect. He was like, hell no, man. He's like, and if you want to throw some of it up on my pile, have at it. I just can't help. I'm like, I get it, dude. He's like, you can stick them rocks up your ass. I'm not touching them. I said, I get it. But yeah, he said the same thing I said. He's like, why didn't you just throw them over the wall as you were chiseling them up? I said, you're married, aren't you, Mike? His name's Mike. I said, you're married, aren't you? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm married. He started laughing.
Yeah, we've had some super low tide, so I was down there yesterday inspecting the wrap rock around the dock. I could use another load.
Yep. Come on by the house here. I'll give you all you want.
Oh, boy. Probably take me 12 hours to get there.
He said he was talking to the garbage man because he's like me. He sets out he's always building something or making something, and he's got cans, extra cans, and he said the garbage man told him, he said, between you and this fucking guy, and he pointed at my house. He said, you two fuckers is worse than the rest of my whole entire route. I was sorry for your luck, dude. Tendy says, every time Pirate talks about Sandy, I always go to Sandra D, a.k.a. Sandra from Greece. Tendies, my wife's middle name is D, D-E-E. Now, am I lying or is that true? Am I making that up just to make you laugh, or is her name really Sandra D? What's the over and under on that one?
So you were the greasy biker dude, and she was the prom queen, and
John Travolta. Yeah. What's even funnier, man, was I'm divorced. I married well, there ain't no nice way of there ain't no way getting around it. I married a stripper when I was young. Like, it's almost a badge of honor. If you're at a special operations unit, it's almost mandatory that you marry at least a stripper right out of boot camp. So I did, man. I married a stripper, and her name of all names was Gidget. I shit you not. Not a nickname. Her fucking legal name was Gidget. So I was married to a stripper named Gidget, and my wife of 30 years is named Sandra D. Go figure. I told you, man, my life is like a fucking sitcom. She'd be pissed if she knew I told you guys that. She's like, you didn't need to tell them my middle name. You always tell them too much. She's worried about identity theft and somebody's going to sneak up on us in the middle of the night and knock me in the head. That's the way women are, man. They worry about everything.
I mean, if this would be still Casey's stream with 100+ viewers, then yeah, like,
yeah, maybe. I got a constantly reminder. I've been on more than one occasion in harm's way through life. I've been at far more dangerous places than the fucking internet. I can promise you that. I don't discount it. I'm not making light of it. I'm not ignoring the obvious dangers and all of that. I've never been one of those guys that's been dictated a whole lot by fear. It's just not been part of my makeup. And I paid a price for it a time or two, and it may happen again. Hell, my accounts could get vacuumed out tomorrow. Fuck if I know. I'm gonna live my fucking life. I'm not gonna hide under a goddamn rock. What happened, man? We was on a pretty good little run there for a while. I quit ranting and raving, pissing and moaning, and the stock fell.
Yeah, looks like they started cooling down now.
Are the options members jumping?
I apologize. I missed some of you guys' comments because I've been coming and going. Vin asked if weather forecasted here for snow. No, Vin, but a freeze warning, and that's a real big thing where I'm at. And a hard freeze, meaning 2 nights in a row of sub-zero.
Oh, Jesus.
But as long as it warms up through the day, it's okay if it freezes at night, as long as during the daytime it gets back up to 40 or 50 so that shit can kind of warm back up for the next evening. When it really gets ugly in my neighborhood is if it drops below freezing in the evening, and then throughout the day it never gets up above it, and then it freezes again that night. That's when you get in what they call a hard freeze, and that can kind of create problem.
Yeah. That creates some problems.
Look at me. I'm Sandra D. And look like I'm going to get my fill at $30.48. Damn it.
Not today. There's always tomorrow. Whenever it has some good action, the next day, they right out of the gate, they pound it. Get all their extra shares and start pounding.
I guess I can type into Google and see what Max Payne, see what Google has to say. What is Max Payne for GME this? Max Payne for GME on January 10th is $30. So, okay. Now, Nana, if Nana was here, she'd be quick to remind me. She'd say, Ronnie, you know, the GameStop hasn't hit Max Payne in 3 or 4 weeks. And I hope that continues. I hope they keep missing Max Payne.
Well, like I was saying, I was really impressed with last week when they closed the first time in years over $30. So.
Yep, you did say that. Yeah.
I'm hoping that they're losing their capabilities of keeping us down, but
yeah, their control, slipping away. You might be right, buy and hold Friday. If my best chances of getting filled for that little tiny order is going to be Friday, because that's when they'll rug pull it.
Friday morning.
Yep.
Yeah, good run up, and they'll pull it.
Yeah, they're baiting the options, putting a little cheese on the mousetrap. And all the fucking get rich quick guys buying their fucking YOLOs call options.
Usually between 10 and 12 are your best times on these stocks to buy. That doesn't apply to all stocks.
We're in power hour.
Yes, indeed.
That MSTR is up 10%. Looks like all the indices are losing their steam. Dow Jones turned red. The rest are
Did you know about the Hugo ban? Was that from?
haven't checked to see if it fits yet.
I have my choice for dinner between pork tenderloin, au gratin potatoes, steamed vegetables, or beans and ham, cornbread. I went with the beans and cornbread.
I would have too.
It's cold out. Beans and cornbread's always good when it's cold. And she's always more than generous with the ham. A lot of folks throw just an old ham bone in there, which is fine. You get some good flavor out of a ham hock, but she usually manages to mix in a generous portion of dead pig in with those beans. So nobody's going to go hungry tonight. No, Richard, she doesn't make the cornbread where she's got a little corn in there. Although I like it like that sometimes. She just makes cornbread out of a box. I think it comes from Jiffy or someplace. I don't know. It's kind of like a cake. I had a Air Force buddy, his wife. We used to have a NASCAR party that revolved from house to house, and when it was their turn to have everybody over to watch the NASCAR events, she would do she'd do red beans and rice with andouille sausage, and she made cornbread, but she would put a jalapeno in it. It'd have little pieces of jalapeno mixed in it, and it was quite nice. My youngest son's car goes through about, I don't know, half a gallon of water a day, maybe 2 quarts. That is a half gallon, ain't it? 2 quarts a day or something. So he calls it hydrating his car. He has to open his hood. Before every trip, he has to top off his water, which that's just the way it is sometimes with old cars. But they were all sitting around having supper last night, and I told them, I said, you need to get a couple jugs of antifreeze.
You want it, don't you?
A couple jugs of antifreeze for the cars. I was met with resistance. Oh, we put some antifreeze in it the beginning of summer.
No, I can do so much
I said you add a half a gallon of water every day to his car. How much of that antifreeze do you think is still in there? I'm like, I'm not trying to argue with you. You don't want to put antifreeze in the car, don't do it. But it's going to 31 degrees 2 nights in a row. When you get a crack in your block, I don't want to hear a word from you.
Yeah. There you go. Now you're starting to get the picture.
Roger, I think you're hot micing a bit.
All right, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the action that we saw on AMC and GME, I think it was just a trigger for some call buying activity. Skimming off the top, maybe.
Yeah.
Either that or releasing some pressure from all those orders that went through the dark pool. Who knows? Still nice to see a bit of movement in all the sideways trading. It will be a big shock when we're gonna see movements of $10 or tens of dollars or hundreds of dollars, you know, jumps.
My favorite part is when it moves $1 a minute. We had a stopwatch. Click it when that shit takes off, and it's really fucking fun because you watch it when it hits a round number. You hit the start button, and then watch that son of a bitch go up $1 in like 55 seconds. That's a thing of fucking beauty. We'll have our day.
Oh yeah.
Might be now, might be fucking 5 years from now. It's going to happen one day. I just hope I'm here to see it.
Yeah, that's why you need to take it easy with all that concrete and carrying and everything.
I hear you, brother. That pictures of that handicap ramp that I showed you, preacher.
Mm-hmm.
I built that ramp.
Oh, nice.
And when we bought this house, that entire side of the seawall was just stone. Those big limestone rocks that weigh anywhere from 25 to 50 pounds a piece. Hundreds of them along that. In order for me to put in the pilings, the post for that ramp, all those stones had to be moved. So I sat down there on my hands and knees for 2 weeks and would roll those stones off to the side. Back then, there wasn't no house over there. It was just an empty lot. So I rolled all those stones away one at a time. And then wherever the post needed to be, I would take a post hole digger and I'd start digging. And of course, you wouldn't dig down but an inch or two and you'd hit another stone. And I had to pull the stones out to get each one of those poles in. And then I buried all of those goddamn poles and then put the stringers in for which would be like floor joist for the ramp. And then before I put the decking down, I had to put all of those rocks back one at a time. I'll dig those pictures out one of these days and show them to you. It was hell on earth.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Yeah. I did it though. We were going to just put steps in, but the problem with steps is they're fine if it's just for egress and getting in and out, But if you want to drag a little wheelbarrow or push a baby buggy, or if you want to take a fishing cart or a dolly with 200 pounds of ice to your boat or whatever, it's much, much preferable to have a ramp. But because it was so elevated, the ramp needed to be real long, otherwise it'd be too steep. It's almost too steep as it is. But yeah, it turned out pretty nice. I was supposed to put one on the western side of the house too. And it's one of those things where I got done with the first one and I was like, fuck that. I was going to do one on each side so that you no matter where you were, you'd have a convenient way to just trip down to the beach. But after that first one, it almost killed me doing that first one. The second one's on permanent standby. I might end up just putting steps over on the other side. Excuse me. Damn hiccups.
All good. Sneaking up on you, huh?
Yeah. I put some more pictures for you in Discord General, preacher. Along with that story I was just telling you.
Give me just a moment. Take a look now.
Yeah. Them rocks don't look very big in that picture. You start bending over and picking them up and moving them 20 feet at a time, 10 feet. And then when you're done, move the same motherfuckers right back again.
I know that.
But yeah, there was really no way to get down to the beach from the house. The old lady that lived here, she didn't give a fuck, I guess. So that was one of the shortcomings when I bought this place through foreclosure. That was one of the things I had to address like I said, I could have really took the easy route and just put in a set of steps. But I knew I'd planned on living here till I died, so I wanted to do something a little bit more user-friendly. That's how it worked out. But I did all that. My sons weren't available to help me with that. They were in high school at the time, so I had to tough that one out. It took fucking forever, but it wasn't like she paid me by the hour, so.
And high school, like how far was high school from home?
She drove them to school and picked them up every day. It was like 5 minutes drive one way.
Okay.
Yeah, we had one hurricane that busted up the boat dock. And Sandy said, I think that storm lifted up your handicap ramp. I said, that goddamn storm didn't lift that ramp up. She's like, no, I think it did. The garden hose is stuck underneath it. There was a garden hose there, and now it's underneath of there. I think it lifted that ramp up and set it back down. I said, that goddamn ramp didn't move an inch, I promise you. This whole fucking house might blow away, but that fucking ramp's still going to be there. Yeah, all that hodgepodge shit at the very top of the ramp, that was where they finished out the seawall. So it didn't really tie in good to my work. But I knew eventually I was going to redo that sidewalk, so I didn't build my ramp to match that sidewalk, preacher. I built that ramp to accommodate a machine. I made that ramp big enough to walk a dingo up and down. That's 48 inches wide. Because I knew eventually my neighbors was going to build a new house, and I used to be able to drive tractors down in my backyard and everything, but I knew that window was going to close, and sooner or later that was going to be my only access. So it's a little bit too wide for just pedestrians, which is nice. You can pass on it. But the main thing was that I can take a 48 inch. Most of the time you have a 48 inch gap. You can get stuff like that little cart you were talking about, or dingoes, all those things. So that's why it's a little bit wider than it needed to be. And that's also why I built it a little bit heavier standard so that it was load bearing.
Where'd you get those beams from? Like those are the logs.
There's a place here called Meredith Lumber, and they sell everything to the marine construction guys. Those are called pilings, and you can get them in varying diameters. They start out at about 5 inch, and you get them from 5 inch up to 18 inch, and you can get them as long as you want. You can get them 6 foot or 60 foot, and depending upon what you want to build. But those are the same type of, it's kind of like a miniature telephone pole. But that's the same kind of pole that they use in dock construction, the sea walls, all of that. But there's a lumber yard here that sells. They kind of specialize in stuff for boat docks and sea walls and all that sort of thing. Same way with that lumber. That lumber you see there, that's not dimensional lumber. That's not the kind of lumber that you get from 2x4. It's like, a 2x4 isn't 2 inches by 4 inches. It's nominal. It's a half inch shy. That's the real shit. So when they say two by 10 or 2x6, it's the real deal, and it's what they call saltwater treated. It's impregnated with it's a poison. What's it called? Copper cyanide.
Okay.
Cyanide's it's impregnated with copper cyanide so that any kind of wood destroying organisms will die if they try to eat it. So it's essentially rot proof.
Nice.
And then the hardware, you can't use standard regular hardware because it's a salt environment. You got to use stainless steel. So all of those bolts are all stainless steel with heavy washers and nuts, so that they're yeah. Now you can ride a Harley Davidson motorcycle up and down that ramp and be confident.
That looks very sturdy.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, did you hammer those pylons in, or did you use any equipment to?
No, I used a post hole digger, and I buried those. Those are 6 feet in the ground.
Yeah.
My post hole diggers I would run them down to where I was. At one point, I get down on my hands and knees and made the hole. That's how you get the strength out of it, is to get as much of that pole in the ground as you can.
Yeah, definitely. Because I can see them like laying down, and then I see them in, and they're like halfway in.
Yep. That's where the rubber meets the road, man.
Mm-hmm.
You see, those are the pictures of the old screen enclosure too, before the storm took it. Mrs. Pirate thought she was funny yesterday. We're out there fucking bleeding on her fucking concrete, and she comes up with she got us some ice cold drinks, and she's like, "Is this a good time to tell you that I changed my mind? I want to go back with the screen enclosure again." I was like, "You better go back in the fucking house before I hit you in the head with one of these rocks." Yeah, I bite off some big pieces. I've gotten myself in trouble a time or two, not many times, but throughout my life, there's been a time or two where I got halfway through it and I say, man, I should have never done this. But it's too late by then. You just finish it up, and fucking next time you just try to be a little more conservative. But it's been my experience that most things, you can do just about anything if you just take your time. I have to constantly remind myself that in the old days, I had to bid work. I would come to your house and I would give you a price, and you would agree for X amount of dollars, no more, no less. So every minute counted. And I kind of got ingrained into that sort of thinking, and I had to wean myself off of that when it came to my personal projects and say it doesn't have to happen in one day. If it takes me a month, who gives a shit?
Oh, by the way, Barrett, because you mentioned that you were talking with Casey over the weekend. How is he overall?
Man, he was in really good spirits. He seemed really upbeat and positive. He said he's really enjoying I think he really likes working at GameStop, but it doesn't pay nothing like that hospital does. And then he said that he's been really taken aback by the waste in the hospital system. You had to be real careful. He didn't want to say anything bad about his employer or whatever. He certainly didn't want to talk about it on live, but he's like, healthcare really needs an overhaul. He's like, man, there is so much waste in the system. I'm like, yeah, you better believe it. He's getting a look behind the curtains, because he works there all day, as opposed to just being a patient, in an emergency room or getting an x-ray. He gets to see all the little dirty secrets.
Well, I mean, that's how they get to charge you, right? For everything. They need to use everything they can use and waste everything they can waste so that they can expense it. It's a shame. It's a shame. But even more than that, the insurance system, like health insurance, that thing is, well, apart from being a cancer, it's not needed. Like I've seen several people saying that it doesn't have a use. It's just like a middleman that's just causing issues and not allowing, you know, healthcare to work.
You couldn't be more right. For one thing, insurance is at odds with the healthcare. Everybody thinks that the insurance company works hand in hand with hospitals, but they don't. They're like mortal enemies. The hospital wants to help you, and they want to use all their machines and equipment, and they want to build the insurance company. And the insurance company, they just want to draw premiums and never pay any claims. So they're actually mortal enemies in the business world. And unfortunately, the patients are just collateral damage. There's two big megaliths, mega monsters fighting each other.
Mm-hmm.
Giant healthcare industry, insurance, and then the hospitals, caregivers. They're battling each other for dollars, and the poor patient, he's just a little mouse underneath these two elephants' feet.
Tomorrow I'll probably start the stream, but I'll be away most of the time. I have to go to a dentist. It's a pretty long drive to get there and then back. And then 3 hours after the dentist, I have to be at a different doctor, but it's again in a different city. So I don't know how much time I'll be around.
I'll be here either way. Anything to keep me from pushing that wheelbarrow. I can't do the wheelbarrow because I'm too busy here. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. There's Justin Trudeau. What's up, Justin? For those of you who don't know, that censor content. We call him Justin Trudeau. That's his nickname.
For an LGBTQ2 plus.
And the good news just keeps coming.
Over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
And the good news just keeps coming.
The Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election.
And the good news just keeps coming.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I saw that it's expected, but I didn't know that it's already passed or whatever happened.
Yeah, it's official.
It's not as great as it sounds either.
Hey, can't you guys elect Wayne Gretzky? I thought Wayne Gretzky would make a good prime minister for you guys.
Our system's a little bit different than your system. We don't elect prime ministers.
Yeah, I get it. I was just joking.
You have to be the party leader, and the party leader gets to be prime minister. So
well, then you need to make Gretzky the party leader. Then
he would have to be a Liberal Party member, first of all.
Well, let's get started on that.
No, in my opinion, it doesn't matter because all we're doing is, you got a broken toilet, you put it in a brand new toilet. You know what you got? You got a toilet.
Who are you gonna have? Who are you gonna elect?
And it's gonna be bullshit half the time anyway, so whatever. The one good thing it does is any bills that they had in the House that were partway through are all canceled right now.
Good.
He's prorogued the Parliament, which shuts down everything, which every bill would have to be reintroduced in a new sitting. So even if they have a new leader, that means our online censorship bill that was going to go through is done. It's garbage. They'd have to totally reintroduce it. And there's a few other ones that are basically not going to go through. So that's a good thing. But
so who do you think you're going to have? Who's it going to be?
They're going to announce a new leader, but then it's going to go to an election right away, and they're not going to win. So our next prime minister will be Polyev.
Cool.
Oh yeah, it's like a done deal.
Yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah. Surprisingly, the way the numbers sit right now, our official opposition party might be the Quebec Separatist Party. Because they might end up with more seats than either of the other two opposition parties. So we could have like Conservatives, which are basically your Republicans, and then the people who want Quebec to leave Canada as the opposition. Which
now, when you guys pay taxes, does Canadian tax money stay in Canada, or does your tax dollars go to Great Britain?
Our tax dollars go all over the world, same as yours.
But I mean, how does it work? Do you guys have like your own treasury and shit, and your own, or are you just?
Yeah, it's Bank of Canada.
Is that what it is? I never kept up with it. I never paid.
It's like our own Fed, central bank, Bank of Canada.
So you have like a Canadian IRS?
Yeah, that's the CRA, Canada Revenue Agency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there's going to be some weird stuff that goes on because our CRA even has started enforcing a bill that hasn't gone through yet. Like for this year's taxes, our capital gains was proposed to be changed from 50%, like paying taxes on 50% of your gains, at whatever rate it would be, like about 15% of 50% of your gains. they were going to change it to 66% of your gains. And the Canada Revenue Agency has already started enforcing that on people's stuff that they're reviewing, and it hasn't even gone through government yet. And now the bill that they were proposing that on is now garbage, and the CRA is already like taxing people at the wrong level. Yeah,
nice. That's very nice.
But even at that raised rate, it's still less than what you guys pay, because you only pay about 15% tax on your gains, and you only 50% of your gains. Now it's going to be 66%. So still, that's nowhere near what you guys pay for capital gains. Because you pay capital gains on 100% of your profit.
But wait, how much?
And you pay more than
how much is the tax?
Okay, let's say, for example, it depends what tax bracket you're in to begin with, but basically the maximum that you're going to pay is 15% capital gains tax. But you only pay that 15% on 50% of your gains. So if I made $100,000 in the stock market, they would tax 50,000 of it at 15%.
So it's essentially 7%.
Yeah, 7.5%. And they were going to change it to 66% of 15% at 66%. So it would have been like maybe raising it to 9%.
I don't get it why they have to complicate it that much. This percentage up half or of that. Like.
Yeah, still better than what the States has to deal with for their capital gains, but yeah, I really don't know what to think. It would have been better if they just called an election. But in general, I think it's a good thing, because we're going to have Polyev here as Prime Minister, and I think the Trump administration is going to have a much easier time dealing with a conservative government than they would have with a liberal government, which Trump absolutely hated. Don't get me wrong, but he hated Trudeau, he hated Freeland, he hated everybody in that Liberal Party, because they all been bad-mouthing him for 8 years.
The thing is, when Trudeau got elected, I thought, well, he made like this diverse government, and I thought maybe something will come out, Canada being Canada, but sorry, it turned out to be.
I'd like to see him go to jail myself.
Oh.
I think he's done enough criminal activity to be an American citizen. Like he's running his government just like the American government. If it's all like pay to play up here right now. As much as he would say we don't want to have an American system, he's done exactly the opposite of that and made it where the system is all, the corporations paying the politicians to do what they want. And you don't go from being worth $8 million to being worth $170 million in 10 years without doing some crime.
Shit, I'd want to quit and go home too.
Yeah, man.
170 million
I
bucks.
just want in on the scam. I don't want to hate on it, man. I could get my son through law school. I could get his ass elected quick.
What do you think about it? It's so easy in government to make money when you're in government. Like down in the States, anywhere it is. Like all the guy's got to do is get a phone call from somebody in China. Oh yeah, we're going to run this stock up, invest in it. There's your payment from China. Buy 1 million of these $1 shares. And then they run it up to, I don't know, what did that HKD thing go up to? 25?
2,500 bucks.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you just had the foresight to maybe throw 50,000 into that, you know, you'd have to have the right financial advisor, but I'm sure that can be arranged. You need to distance yourself somehow. Perhaps keep your emails on a private server. But yeah, our government up here is no better than yours for the stuff that goes on. And I don't think it's much different anywhere around the world. Power tends to corrupt people.
I'm back.
If anybody's keeping score so far, my wheelbarrow count is up to 3 now. Playing the over-under, more than 50 or under 50. I'm not exactly setting it on fire today. I got a good excuse though. I got one flat tire. It's all the way down on the rim, and it's a son of a bitch to push with a flat. So that's my excuse. Sandy and Jesse are supposed to bring home some slime for the tire. So I'm going to use that as my excuse for today.
I would just use my excuse to be like, fuck, I'm old, man. Give me a break.
I'm trying that one too.
You just sit there with your wallet open. You sit there with your wallet open and give them $20 for every one they take for you.
My youngest, he said, "Can I go back in the house? I'm kind of tired." I said, "Man, I've been tired for 50 years." I said, "Is that all it requires? Is you get tired? That means you get to quit."
So what are you doing? You're replacing all your rock there?
No, put a new swimming pool in, and the new swimming pool comes with a whole new patio, and that concrete was at the. It would have shown. Long story short, nothing can be any higher than that seawall. The water has to be able to run downhill away from the house and off. Otherwise, it can flood my house when it rains. So you cannot exceed in elevation or height anything higher than that seawall. And that concrete that screen enclosure was bolted to was on the surface. You could see it. So that means when they put the new pool in and all of the new cobblestone, you'd be able to see that old foundation that went all the way around. It was like a concrete picture frame, and it would look like hell. So it all had to come up. So we're jackhammering up the concrete footing from the old screen enclosure, fill the ditch back in with dirt when they dig the hole for the swimming pool, compact all of it, and it'll all just be cobblestone. Wife and I came to loggerheads on it, but she finally come to her senses. And I get it. She was like, well, we can eliminate the work and the effort and the cost and the delay. She's like, can't we just lay over it? She just wanted to go over top of them. Well, those cobblestones are 3 inches thick. Well, that means that raises the entire elevation of the whole back by 3 inches. Well, that means, from my house, when you step out of the door down onto the patio, you only step down like 3 inches. It's just enough so that if it rains, water can't, even if the wind is blowing, water can't come in the house. And I couldn't get it through her head that you can't keep making it higher and higher, because when it rains, that means the water's going to run to the house and not away. And you'll end up with your fucking living room turning into a bird bath. And the alternative was, okay, well then just leave it. But that means you're going to have this beautiful brand new swimming pool with this beautiful brand new cobblestone patio around it. And then you're going to have 80 feet of old concrete that will look exactly like it was. Like what used to be bolted here looked like shit. It's just sometimes you got to bite the bullet and do it the right way. So here we are, Jackhammer Hill. So we're trying to use the busted up concrete in an effort to keep me from wheelbarrowing that shit to the street and hand loading it into my dump trailer and then hauling it to the dump. I'm trying to use it as erosion control around the waterfront. Seen 17 knot sustained winds. It's too windy to fly today, wasn't it?
Well, it's all 13.
Yeah. That's a baby doggo. It's like 4 months old now.
After hours push?
I don't know. Can people buy calls in the after hours?
For 15 minutes of it, I think.
Okay. Yeah, looks like they're dragging us into the day completely sideways. Yeah, that's the only dog in the house. So, yeah. We have the tug of war. It's a good workout for him and me as well. Waiting for him to get some better teeth, and that's when the fun starts. With better, stronger teeth. No spike in volume. It's at 500,000 on AMC, 584,000. $610. This is the 5 minutes candle, so it's not per minute, but the 5 minutes. We have 20 seconds till the end of the day.
There it is.
Yeah. Done. So we had
$4.06 for AMC. 32.82 for GameStop. GameStop closed 3.70 in the green. And he's only up 1%. That's better than a kick in the ass, I guess.
Well, any kick in the ass is a step forward, right? So.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh no, I'm touching the mouse instead of petting him with both hands. Can you imagine? Okay, let's play our exit sound.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, I know. Not this one.
Well, I guess it's going to be gummy o'clock. Whoa! This pirate got me some slime.
Oh. Amazing apes for sticking around, spending some time with us. Wish you a lovely afternoon and see you tomorrow. Take care and